So yes, looks like my morning has been filled with a lot of babies. So that's always perfect and beautiful. I love it. Look at that little one. It is so tiny. Maybe from yesterday. Oh, how sweet. Gotta love them. Definitely a good time of the year. Seeing all these little babies around with the impalas and that. And unfortunately, of course, as it becomes very important for certain predators as well, especially the younger ones. The young female Hansumi, she'll definitely hone on her hunting skills, especially taking down baby impalas. But yes, definitely it has been a fantastic tawny cat morning for a lot of the naturalists. But yes, Nikki, definitely it has been fantastic. Once again, a great safari this morning. But please make sure that you stay tuned for Escape to Nature straight after our sunrise safari. And yes, a great morning. And thank you very much for all the questions and comments this morning. Definitely, we really do appreciate it. And I'm hoping that everybody enjoyed this bumble. From the Wild Earth team, we'd like to say thank you and have a wonderful day further.
Good morning and happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to Escape to Nature. I am Alex, coming to you from the dam cams this morning here in Mashatu, Okakuyo and Djuma respectively. But a wonderful and tranquil start here in Mashatu. Some lovely woodlands kingfishers calling in the background. And fantastic to see how this green flush is really only just starting to pop. The landscape has changed quite remarkably in the last few days. Even week, so really awesome to see this. We are hoping for a busier day here in Mashatu, but because of all the rain we've had, it has meant that the animals have kind of dispersed, being able to take on a lot more vegetation that has now popped through. As I said, we will keep our eyes peeled, possibly do a bit of bird audio to start and see where the day takes us. It does look like it's going to be rather hot in Mashatu, and that might change things up again. Perhaps we will get some Ellies coming through for a pool party at some point, as well as the warthogs that are in the area. So good to keep our eyes peeled, as well as our ears for any of the birds that might be present. Cameroptera in the background as well. So as always, this is a live and interactive experience, as well as your escape to nature with us. So please do send through any questions, comments, points of interest, stories you may wish us to tell or allude on. We'd love to interact with you. We'd love to hear your comments. And we'd love to answer your questions to the best of our abilities, obviously. But please do send those through. So I did just touch on what I think the weather is going to be doing here, so it is also time for us to have a look and see what the weather is going to be doing across the different locations today. So it really does look like we are in for quite a day today. I could just hear a class's cuckoo in the background. There are some weavers around, as well as the blacksmith lapwings. Going to keep an eye out for our Egyptian goose family too, as well as that lilac-breasted roller that has been around. It's really quite pleasant just taking in this morning chorus at the moment. I'm sure we'll get a number of different foraging parties coming through as well. So lovely just to take that in as well. Do something different for a change. Focus on some birds. Where we can, we will obviously get in closer and show you what is around. Yes, Jaslyn, it's going to be a fantastic escape to nature. And as I said, it's an immersive experience, so do send through any questions or points of interest that you may have. We'll definitely try and touch on those where possible. Really remarkable just seeing this change of scenery. It's really like a green blanket has fallen over Mshatu at the moment. And I'm not too sure if this is the only area of green flush. Obviously, this is where we come to you from at this dam cam, but I'm assuming that this green flush is quite extensive. Can just see a terrapin just at the bottom of screen now, and also that audio of the class's cuckoo. So it's been quite an awesome and interesting start here in Mshatu. We will keep tabs on what is going on and who does come through, but let us go and have a look and see who is active at the Djuma Dam Cam. So really quite a cool start already in Mshatu, and something different already here in Djuma. We've got these wading geese getting their morning going. Lots of audio already from them, and their numbers really have picked up as well of late. Let us just take a look and see how they get about going through, having a morning refresher. I can also see a blacksmith lapwing there too. Those Birchall starlings too is calling in the background. Quite a tranquil and pleasant scene at the moment. So quite cool just watching these two geese bobbing their heads like that. Clearly we can't hear the track that they're listening to, but must be a banger. really quite cool watching these Egyptian geese shake their heads like that. So I do think it's also going to be rather hot here in Djuma, and we can also expect the action to heat up as well throughout the day. So something just to keep tabs on as we escape to nature this morning, and obviously into the afternoon too. So really quite cool just spending some time with our geese. Did about 10 days or so ago count around 16, so I'll try and keep a tab on how many we do have at the moment. The number might have changed. Currently we only have 5 in frame at the moment, but we'll keep a look, make sure we do note anything else that does go on with them. Morning, Luther. Yes, that would be fantastic. And with it being quite hot across the board, I think we might be in for a pool party. But we don't know just yet. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit and see if there aren't any other waterfowl that might have joined the geese. I did say that there was that blacksmith lapwing that was just there on the left of them. Let's just have a pan around and see. That makes 6 Egyptian geese, that one over there. 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm pretty sure we'll probably hit that number of 16 too. So just going to pan around and see who else might be around. Normally some jacanas and other things as well. Another blacksmith lapwing.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
So great just to hear that brown-hooded kingfisher as well in the distance. Quite similar to the woodlands kingfisher in terms of its call. But that indeed is a brown-hooded kingfisher calling right now. And these Egyptian geese still seem to be on that track. White-bellied sunbird. And it does look like we're going to have some swimming. So perhaps we might pick up on Dewey the hippo. Who knows? It does seem to move quite a bit. You see some chasing going on here with the geese as well. Really quite pleasant and relaxing scenes for a Wednesday. No complaints. Nice to just watch everyone be rather chilled midway through the week. I'm just going to zoom out. I do just want to check on the other side of the drainage here. Make sure we haven't missed out on anything that might have come through. Like one of those red-billed buffalo weavers that just flew off. They have been gathering nesting material. They do actually have quite an extensive nest that they do build, and clearly adding to it, or maybe even starting a new one. It's nice to see them around as well. You see one of the small five being the red-billed buffalo weaver. Here we go. Confirmed visual. So it looks like the one that's in frame now is juvenile. Doesn't have the fully red bull at the moment, but those other two that were around definitely did look like that. But quite a big bull, if you can see there. It's pretty broad. Actually, very nice to be able to see them this close. And as all birds do, they don't have time to be in frame. But nice that we got visual and confirmed there. Can also hear the cicadas starting to warm up for the day as well. And they definitely will be one of the more prominent sounds as the day goes on. And it does get hotter. And let us sit with our geese for a moment. They really are quite relaxed. Perhaps there might be some squabbling going on just now, who knows? It's always good to keep tabs. just take the opportunity just to sit and relax with our geese for now. Listen to anything else that might be coming through. So it has been a rather pleasant start, a little bit of birding for us to do so far, but let's go and say good morning to Kevin and BK across in Madikwe.
It's a beautiful sunny morning in Madikwe Game Reserve, and we are getting right into the thick of things with the king of beasts there on your screen. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kevin. It's going to be my pleasure to be your naturalist. I've got BK behind the camera. Now, just first off, a massive shout out to all of you, because if it's not for you guys joining us, me and BK don't get to do what we love. So thank you so much for joining us on this Escape to Nature experience. There is actually, we're looking at a nice dark maned male here. There's actually 3 males here. One is lying in such thick bush that we won't find him. The other one, as Big is going to show, is lying just behind him. And the other male to the left of the one behind, but he's in thick bush. I can just make out a little bit of coloration there. Now this is your bush experience, and we're going to be patient. We're going to spend most of the time here with you, with them. And although they are having a snooze, who knows, that situation might change very quickly. And we're going to sit and talk, chat to us, look at a few birds, and just spend a wonderful morning with you in nature. We are right in the northern section of Madikwe Game Reserve this morning. We are very close to a dam called Cholu Dam. Cholu stands for Kudu in Tswana. And yeah, we are almost as far north as we can go in Madikwe. When they first reported this coalition of 3 males this morning, everybody was amazed, because this 3 tends to hang out more in the southern part of the reserve, and we were all quite amazed to find them here, probably 20 kilometers from where they're normally seen. Out for the count, but do not be fooled. They know exactly what's happening around them. They sleep with one eye open and one ear open, so to speak. And I can see why they're in for a good snooze, because the distance they traveled overnight is just absolutely mind-boggling. Cats for the win, Thomas. It has been a very successful morning all around in Djuma as well. I know there were cats this morning as well. It will certainly be a successful morning for the cats. And Thomas, yes, thank you for your comment. You know, I'm also just quickly going to do a shout out to all my guiding colleagues here in Madikwe. They actually reported this to me. They keep us updated the whole time. They're also very patient with us in sightings. They allow us a lot of time with the animals, all to bring you the best possible footage we can here from Madikwe. So a big shout out to my colleagues here. Oh, Lilypan, I love you because I was really keeping my fingers crossed that somebody will hear that over the mic. I know you're referring to that whining, insistent, permanent noise. So I'm going to be quiet for a second. Let's listen. That is such an iconic sound in the African bush during your summer months. It's a sound that you associate with summer, even from me, from childhood. Now that is a cicada. It's a cicada making that noise. Now cicadas will hibernate most of the year, and they will actually hibernate underground. Normally close to the roots of acacia trees. And after the first rain, they will emerge and climb up into the tree, and then immediately start this chorus of theirs. Of course, the sound you're hearing, it's got all to do with attracting mates. Now it's amazing that such a small insect can make such a noise. On the side of the torso, they've got an organ that you call the timbal. T-I-M-B-A-L, a timbal. Now the best I can explain it is, can you picture if you take a tin from a can, for instance, and you know if you flick it up and down, it makes that flicking noise, and it's that timbal that actually makes that sound that you are hearing at the moment. Thank you, Thomas. Let's listen what other sounds we can pick up. So we've got the cicadas already. There is a bird calling here. Let's listen. I hope you guys can pick up on that one. And now, you've probably come to know me over the past week or so that I'm the worst imitator in the world, so I'm not going to even try. But that one that goes chee 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 chee, that is a rattling cisticula. Right there. We don't have visual of it. It's calling here in the thicket. And way out in the distance, and I'm very certain you're probably not going to pick this up, there's also a black cuckoo calling with its typical "I'm so sad." That is your black cuckoo. Oh, BK. Yeah, fantastic. Look at, there we go. Look at that camera work. rattling cisticula. Well, very well done there, BK. BK's birding knowledge is fantastic. Well, he spent 3 years. How long now, BK?
A little over 3 years.
A little bit over 3 years sitting in the back and building up his birding knowledge. Yeah, he's very good with his birds. Let's talk a little bit about male line coalitions and why they love walking together and why they form this very strong bond. Excuse me. Male lines on their own will probably only be strong, confident and experienced enough to start competing for territory, and that means competing for the female prides. Roughly, I would say 5 years, but more towards 7 years old. They come into their prime. So it makes absolute perfect sense for them if they join up, either as blood siblings, as two brothers, but very often unrelated, as in this case. You've got an older male with two younger males. They sometimes meet up. It just means that they can hold territory or gain territory much earlier and hold that territory much longer if they work together, and they form a very tight bond. Bromance. That's a stickler's back up there. Oh, we can have a quick look if you want to have a peek, if you can. Let's just have a quick look at that. It's a stickler again, rattling away. Oh, incoming dung beetle. Birds commonly just referred to as LBJs, your little brown jobs, very difficult to identify, especially your cisticulus. Samuel, the largest coalition I know of was there in the Djuma area, in the Sabi Sand, and they were the Mapogos. Under correction, I think they started off at 6. I know of a coalition up in Zambia that I heard of, also 6. And that must be such a sight to see. The biggest coalition we had here in Madikwe so far was a coalition of 4 males. Of which that magnificent blonde-maned line is part of. Unfortunately, 2 of them hasn't been so lucky, and we are left with 2. Everybody, this is your safari experience. We're coming to you live. It's interactive. Oh, he's going to flop down. Please leave questions and comments for us. Chat to us. We will love to hear from you. BK, you see that tree just above him, the one with the very nicely wine-colored red seed pods hanging on it? That's the one. Thanks, BK. This line is lying under a blue thorn acacia. Well, we're not technically speaking calling them acacias anymore, but that's what I grew up with. So bear with me. Blue thorn acacia, Acacia erubescens, characterized by those red wine-colored seed pods. Extremely nutritious. Browsers like kudu absolutely love those seed pods. Very high in protein. So after a time of scarcity, food-wise, during the dry season, it's now the time of plenty and everything is fattening up. Thanks, B. Listen, there's another iconic bird, a summer bird in Africa. Let me be quiet. Have a listen. I hope you're picking that up. There's a bird calling. It says, Diederik. Diederik. And that's of course your Diederik's cuckoo. Also very typical summer call out here. They only arrived about a week and a half ago as the first time. No, sorry, about 2 weeks ago was the first time I've heard them. Because they are intra-African migrants. They go up to the tropics for part of the year to see out the southern African winter. They've got it figured out. They travel where the sun is. Diederik's cuckoo. Morning, Sue. And as I was chatting about that Diederik's cuckoo, I was anticipating that, Sue, you're going to ask how many species. Right, let me scratch the old head here. Let's start with the Diederik's cuckoo, your Claas's cuckoo. And we were just a while back, we were talking about your black cuckoo, so there's 3 already. Very common one is your red-chested cuckoo. You've got your Levalens. I'm now on, where are we? Diederik's, Claas, black, red-chested, the Valens, Jacobins. There we are on 6. I am missing a few as well. Greater cuckoo, 7, and I am positive I'm still missing 1 or 2. So I've got 7 for you so far, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read through, I'm going to open my bird book quickly, and I'm going to confirm that for you. So all your cuckoos are of course brood parasites, what we call brood parasites, meaning they will either evict the eggs from other birds' nests, or they might actually kill the chicks when the brood parasite, when the cuckoo chicks are born. They might actually also kill the existing chicks of other species of birds, and the poor, unaware parents not knowing that they're actually raising a cuckoo and not their own young. Right, Sue, I'm coming back to you. So yes, in Madikwe, I did miss one or two. You've got your African cookie here as well. Your common, Diedrichs, great spotted, Jacobin, Klaas's cuckoo, and your Valence and your red-chested. That makes 8. Sorry guys, I just got the tail end of that question. Please come to me again. I would love to answer it for you. Absolutely, Nicole. Sorry, I didn't hear your comment first time around. Absolutely, very sly birds. Very opportunistic. But then, Nicole, actually very clever. They don't spend any energy raising their own chicks. So imagine you just going around laying eggs. You can actually get more broods in one season than what a normal bird will be able to do. So sly and clever, I would say, Nicole. It's so nice just to sit and enjoy all the sounds. Smells as well. Hopefully one day we're going to come up with smell-o-vision and you guys can join us on that.
This is what I love about lionesses.
just picking up on any audio that might be around. The clouds are slowly starting to build, it seems. A number of oxpecker as well coming through, so perhaps that is the precursor to some wildlife as well. Generally when we do hear oxpeckers, they do kind of act as a sentry for us in terms of knowing that there might be animals around. And if we are walking on foot, we generally use them as a precursor to anything that might be around. Generally keeping our eyes out for buffalo, perhaps elephant, even rhino. Ooh, I don't know why the camera's going a bit blurry here. There we go, that seems better. I think that's just a haze. But yes, if we are walking, we do use them as almost a pre-warning, or just something to note. There might be something around in the area, and just to keep wits about yourself. I'm just scanning just to see through the thickets if there is anything around. You can hear a white-bellied sunbird in the distance, but it is getting rather thick, so some of the animals that do like the thicker stuff, it's going to become a bit tougher to find them. Perhaps only really being able to make them out when you do pick up on some movement. But quite clearly those oxpeckers around, so do think there will be something around. It's maybe a bit harder to see or find at the moment. Hi Sam, sorry, I just have found some Inyala for us, some lovely female Inyala. We'll answer your question now. So generally that isn't the case with regards to birds being able to notice that eggs aren't their own because of those parasitic or brood parasites, being the cuckoos for example. And they do obviously kick out other birds' eggs and lay their own in there, and then effectively use those birds as surrogate parents for their young, so they effectively don't play any role in the upbringing of their chicks. That is why they're called brood parasites, and effectively if that is the case and those parents then bring up those chicks, they have no idea that those birds are not really their young. That is obviously their breeding technique and how they go about securing their young and their populations going forward. Sorry, I'm just keeping a tab and listening to what else is around, but lovely to see these Inyala. Great to have something come through. Birchall starling over there. So brood parasites, a number of the cuckoos. That is predominantly how they breed. Really pretty. These are such elegant antelope. And that young male slowly starting to get into his dimorphic phase. Just here, one of those red-chested cuckoos. Pete Mayfro's as well. So lots of cuckoos around at the moment. Definitely summer sounds. Really quite peaceful and tranquil here with these Inyala. Looks like a Franklin walking off in the background there on a tall spur fowl, I assume. gone behind, I think is a Tambuti. That were young Jackalberry. Perhaps young Jackalberry is actually more apt. Some red-faced sticklers as well calling. Really gorgeous antelope right now. I'm going to zoom in on this one over here and just spend some time watching her graze. They are predominantly browsers, but they will obviously take these fresh green shoots as well, as we can see. So just very cool watching these Inyala. Very peaceful, elegant antelope going about their Wednesday morning. So really relaxing, just spending some time with the Inyala. We don't get to see them this relaxed all the time. And even just in a nice frame like this. So just going to sit here and enjoy the sighting for now. Morning, Clayton. Yes, it is remarkable, and they are noted to be the most sexually dimorphic of the antelope species. So that being the difference between them, dimorphism being how different they are. So obviously you can see here this ewe being rather russety and red in color, obviously lacking horns, and clearly with those stripes too. So with the males, they kind of have those lovely tawny stockings, and then get that big beard and mane, as well as those lovely spiral horns too, as well as the white little patches that they do have. And they're obviously quite a bit bigger as well. just going to be keeping a tab on our Inyala at the moment. Just enjoying a peaceful Wednesday. You can also just see how bushy their tail is underneath that being very white, and when they do run off into the thickets, they are spooked or chased. That white acts as a homing beacon for anyone else, basically a target for the others that might be in their party or herd. Will be able to note where and which direction they will have fled to run off in. Really quite cool just watching these Inyala go about. They're grazing at the moment. There's a large number of them. It's very cool to see. Looks like they might be taking the opportunity to have a little drink here in the drainage line. So we'll just keep tabs on exactly that and make sure we follow where they move off to. Hi Lyle, so Inyalas do prefer this kind of thick ravine drainage line type territory, and they are actually found generally or naturally from KwaZulu-Natal up the east coast of Africa really. I'll get an exact distribution now, but they do also then go across along the Limpopo. You do see them in Mshatu as well along the Limpopo and Shashi rivers. obviously along the Sabi, the Lavuvu in great numbers up in the Pafuri area. You see large numbers of Inyala there, as well as in Zululand, obviously across into Mozambique too, and obviously Zimbabwe. So Ralph was talking about it yesterday, and they have been introduced back in the day prior to Kariga's establishment, apparently, down in the Eastern Cape, but naturally they occur from Zululand up, so along into the Limpopo and along the Zambezi River as well. So southern Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and obviously eastern South Africa. A very special antelope. Part of the Tragelaphus genus. So that includes the other spiraled horned antelope, being kudu bushbuck, the lesser kudu, mountain inyala, which you get in Ethiopia and Kenya, as well as eland. Very old species of antelope as well. So these that we're looking at right now, I think, are roughly about 7.5 million years of age in terms of their genus. I do think Setatunga also forms part of that same Tragelaphus family or genus. So that being the genus with the spiraled horned antelope. I must just check. I think eland maybe actually doesn't form part of that. But I will just check now again. It might have been reclassified. Yeah, so they are actually part of the Toro tragus genus. But they also do have that spiral horn, so very close relative would have split a number of million years ago. And Impala ram. So nice to have Impala ram with us as well now. Looks to be a younger ram, not necessarily fully grown. It's nice to have him with us as well. Coming for a drink, it seems. Just want to make sure that I kind of keep all of these antelope in frame. So just prior to me answering that question, you would have perhaps maybe picked up on the audio of the black-crowned chaga, so another bird for us this morning. It does look like everyone's kind of spreading out again. So I'm going to zoom in and we'll just enjoy our Inyala as they feed. Hi Frank, so that bird in the background currently right now is the Birchall's starling. You'll hear them quite a lot throughout the day. They are pretty common here in Djuma, at least around this dam camp. Really special, just being able to enjoy this very peaceful antelope at the moment. Lovely Inyala sighting. So really cool to spend some time with these Inyala at the moment. But it is time for us to head across to Tessa, who's also here in Djuma, but has a special sighting for us.
Good morning, everybody. I know it's a little strange to hear my voice and be seeing Darkmane's beautiful face at this time of the day, but we've stayed out a little longer just to come and join in on Escape to Nature. My name is Tess, but you don't need to see my face with Darkmane so beautiful on the screen like that. So the reason we actually came back out just to update everybody, we wanted to come and check in on Darkmane. When I left him earlier with the Nkuhumas, he was flat sleeping in the shade and the buffaloes were starting to move. Now, just to update you on what has happened since then, we got a message from one of the guides that was out, letting us know that there was some interaction happening between the buffaloes and the lions. Now, the buffaloes and lions have since moved off towards Sandy Patch, but Darkmane is still here close to Vuyatela access, and he was attacked by the herd of buffaloes. They surrounded him, and from what we can tell, he was kind of tossed around a little bit, maybe a little bit more in a little bit. So that is why we are here. We want to get an update on his condition. Now, I know it's not a very pleasant experience. It's not something nice to think about, but it is, again, part of nature. It is something that happens. It's not ever pleasant to watch, but it is at the same time a privilege to learn from. And we didn't see any of that happening, but we are here now to see what he is looking like. We have seen him moving, so he got up and moved maybe 8 meters or so, and he has laid down again, but now he seems to be focused on trying to mend his wounds a little bit. So we're hoping he might get up just now and move so that we can see the extent of his injuries. I can confirm so far that he has re-injured the right ankle and paw. He's definitely got some puncture wounds to his body, and he is a little bit unsteady on his feet. So we're just going to see what he does. But look at that swelling on that paw at the moment. It is much bigger than it was, and we even saw him pull a stick out of that joint. So I think when they were tossing him, possibly he took a bit of a tumble into some or other bush. Maybe the one he's sitting next to, you never know. Oh, he looks like he wants to move. Now he's been chewing on some Terminalia branches and some bark. the moment he's chewing on some sticks. He's kind of looking around. He's looking in the direction of where the lions are and moved off to. But he hasn't really built up the courage yet to move. But this poor boy's been through a lot. This is now the second time that he has had the same paw injured by buffaloes. And he's had a bit of a rough time, I think. And to have seen him this morning, to be seeing him now, is obviously a very different experience for me. Having sat with him this morning, and he was, just having a nice cat nap, snuck up on us and lay down behind us without us really even knowing. And then to see him now trying to mend his wounds is a very different experience. I know when he stood up, he wasn't putting any weight on that paw. Darcy Miller, thank you so much for the comment. I would say it's a pleasure to come back out and show you, and of course it is, but it's never pleasant to come and kind of get an update like this. So it is a pleasure being out here, but it is nice for us to know what is happening and get that information so we can at least keep you informed and updated and keep ourselves informed as well. Because it's important for us to know what's happening. This is a great opportunity for us to learn, to experience what these cats go through, get a little window into their lives. And as a big male lion, this is a part of his life, and buffaloes seem to be the one for dark mane. I don't know why it's always buffaloes, but I suppose buffaloes being so potentially dangerous, it does make sense. And we were talking this morning saying you can never underestimate a buffalo hunt. Right, let's see what he does with that paw. I can definitely see some puncture wounds into the joint. Yeah, he's not putting any weight on that. Alright, you might see Cedric's head. Cedric is here with me. Alright, so he's definitely got some injuries to his side. Taking a breather in the shade. And there is another vehicle in the background. Try and get out of the way. It's as though he's not really sure where he wants to go. So we've been having a look. You can see some of the scratches over his side. He's definitely got some new scratches, some new puncture wounds. I'm going to reposition in my seat while I have the chance. Okay, so we're kind of sitting here with him in front of us. And what we've seen so far is on that paw, he pulled sticks, 2 of them about that big and that thick, out of this joint with his mouth. Physically pulled them out. And that's probably from being tossed. And when he was being tossed, that joint probably hit into a stick or something which punctured into the joint. And that's why there's such immediate swelling. So he's definitely injured that joint again. But at the same time, we've noticed puncture wounds down his side, some scrape marks. He's also got a clear puncture wound right up below his tail. So, not ideal. He is bleeding from behind his tail. And it looks like he may have also injured a lung. It almost looks like when he's breathing, it's bubbling. We are going to move. Cedric's asking if we can move. We are going to move. So Lily Pan, the probability.
So we will continue with that update. Really sad scenes. Unfortunately, that is how wilderness does unfold sometimes, and it is something that you can't really avoid either. So, unfortunate as it is, as Tess alluded to, is a learning curve, and it is something that we can glean some knowledge out of as well. So we do kind of have to look for the positives in the situation, although not ideal. Back with our Inyala at the moment. As I said, we will go back and continue that update once we can. Really awesome to still be spending some time with these Inyala that currently don't have a care in the world. Not much to ruffle their feathers. As you can see, just sticking quite close to the vegetation thicket line. They do need to flee, obviously going straight into the deep, thick stuff if they have to. Generally always on the fringes, darting back into that thicker vegetation when they need to.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
So we're back again here in Mashatu. We'll be back in Djuma momentarily. However, let's just take a look and a listen and see what might be around again in Mashatu. Really quite interesting when you consider that this waterhole was such a hive of activity almost 10 days ago, and with that amount of rain that came through, everything has kind of dispersed. But you will also be able to hear in the background a southern black cuckoo as well. Lots of bird life around at the moment. It really is a lovely time if you were in Mashatu right now to do some good birding. A couple of terrapin cruising around in the water there. You can just see those little dark shadows. Lots of rattling cisticolas around as well. And that woodland kingfisher. Really amazing how in the space of 10 days what was once dry ground and really just bare red earth is now a carpet of green. Really quite fascinating that we haven't had many warthog around. At least them, because the wallows are definitely full with water, and clearly that mud does attract them, and they do want it. But perhaps with all the surface water and different pans that I'm sure have now filled up and formed, they're taking advantage of being able to feed further away and in areas that they haven't been able to frequent for some time. Let's just take a minute, listen to anything that might be around, enjoy the sounds of the bird life. Hi Zoe, it has been a number of days since we have seen the elephants here at the waterhole. And as I was alluding to, I'm sure with the different pans and that would have now become active again. And probably taking advantage of those and the vegetation and food resource that is now also sprung up for them. So definitely dispersing quite far. Not to say that they won't come through. Obviously, if they are in the area, why wouldn't they? But with the amount of water and the green flush that is around now, they're definitely taking advantage to capitalize on that. A number of days since we've seen really anything here at the dam. But, that doesn't mean to say that we won't see other things. There are obviously animals that will home range and have territories in the area. And perhaps that might mean we would see some of the smaller things, perhaps some of the bat-eared fox that are around, maybe even wildcats, caracals, any of the others. So who knows. But it is time for us also just to shoot across to Madikwe and catch up with Kevin and BK.
Our lions are doing fine, more than fine. They're having a very nice day nap, mid-morning nap still. While you were away, we did try and reposition ourselves a little bit to see if we can get a better angle, and also to show you the third member of this coalition. But he is lying up in very thick bush. That's the nice thing about this escape to nature experience. We don't have to rush. We can take our time. Thank you for joining us and sitting and waiting for us, with us until there might be some movement or action. It is quite dense here where we are. There is water close by. So it is possible that any unsuspecting animal might come stumbling in here. And of course, then in that situation, will change very quickly. What was that? Oh, there was one in the bush there. Yeah, that, I'm not sure if you picked up that sound, but there was a lazy lion yawning, that sound we heard. I'm hoping as the sun starts moving over and get to the vertical, yes, I'm hearing Darkmane is having a rough time over there in Djuma. Yeah, we're hoping as the sun comes overhead that they might start.
So we did just lose Kevin and BK, but we'll be back with them again anyway. And touch base with those sleeping lions just now. But back again with our Inyala. They really are treating us to a wonderful sighting at the moment. They haven't left us. So thoroughly enjoying this time with them. A couple of those oxpeckers still calling. Just see what they get up to. A little bit of playing going on there now. Also just seeming to enjoy their morning. Hi Rolo, and yes I have. I've actually witnessed a clan of hyena decide to take on some lionesses over a waterbuck kill. That was rather interesting, and it did go on until all hours in the morning. But, hyenas obviously being masters of mayhem, really capitalizing on that situation. I can even remember once, I've had many run-ins with hyenas in any case, but the ones actually are staying in the bush pretty much a couple of kilometers south of Djuma. And one December, my older sister decided to come and join us for Christmas, and with our nephew and niece, and being a very young baby at the time, obviously had baby food and the rest, and while unloading the car, a hyena got in and decided to take the cooler box out of the car with all the baby food, and then proceeded to destroy that cooler box and eat all the food throughout the course of the night, with that typical cackle going on. And that cackle kind of just reminded me of that exact same story of when a clan of hyena took on 4 lionesses in a car park in Ngala, and they did fight for many hours. As I said, masters of mayhem, and they capitalize on many things. They've stolen a number of items of mine, food included. Not ideal when you walk back down to a boma and you hear your food rustling off into the bush either. So we have had a tumultuous past, but I do thoroughly enjoy them. They are really interesting animals to watch. But yeah, they definitely do know how to capitalize where possible. They love shoes, and they also love cushions as well, from what at least I noted, as well as food. Even had them taking full-on poiki pots off the fire as well and licking them clean while it is boiling hot, not paying attention. And they just know how to capitalize. Masters of mayhem, as I said. Them and baboons during the day also know how to capitalize when you least expect it. Yeah. Even biting through and going through reed structures to get through to dustbins, taking off spotlights, ripping off spare wheel covers, many things. So, as I said, tumultuous past and history, but I do thoroughly enjoy hyena. They are really interesting. And there's our nice big bull in Nyala. Really, you can actually make out that sexual dimorphism at the moment. But yeah, actually, last year in December, one actually stole one of my sister's shoes. And she thoroughly enjoyed those shoes. They were actually brand new, feldskin. And I had said to her, listen, I think it's probably a better idea to put your shoes in another place. And she said, don't worry, they'll be fine. And woke up the next morning and tracked the culprit, who had run off with the left shoe. And hence that was the end of those pairs of shoes. The other one had to be thrown away. It's generally actually the young dispersing males, the sub-adults, teething, actually just moving on, and they're generally the naughtiest of the bunch. But, yeah, hyenas really are interesting animals. But yeah, they are the only animals I've seen fight lions, at least, for food. Really a lovely time, just being able to thoroughly enjoy these Nyala. They are treating us to such a relaxing Wednesday. Obviously the other stories going on right now aren't too relaxing and rather disturbing, but it's good to take our mind off of those. Just want to pan around and see if anyone else has come to join us. I don't think so, but it is always worth a look. So just quick pan around and we'll go back and join our Nyala again now. Looks like our Nyala are the ones to focus on for the moment, so we'll go and spend some time with them. Interesting, we haven't seen any other stalks or anything else, but we'll zoom back into our Nyala and the Impala and see what they get up to in the thicket. Morning, Alistair. And we haven't made the greatest of starts today with regards to our animal count. We are on 2. So at least of the water holes. If you count the lions that we have seen, I suppose that is then 3. And we are waiting for the day to get warmer. We can add to that animal count. But currently just Impala and Nyala as well as those lions. So we can call it 3. Might as well bump ourselves up. Yeah, it's definitely been a birding type of the morning, but mostly bird audio, and I have been calling those out for everyone. Hear that water thickening there. So really quite tranquil and peaceful. Lovely to see those oxpeckers also on that Impala ram. And interesting that he's just sticking around the Inyala. So clearly taking advantage of them being around as well, and obviously finding some security. Nice to see that Inyala bull. I wonder if he's the one with the growth that we've noticed. Can't see just yet because he's obviously in the thicket, but something that I am trying to ascertain is whether it is indeed the bull with the growth. So it seems like they really are capitalizing on the shade at the moment. Clearly getting quite warm and humid. And also those woodlands kingfisher calling in the background. Really lovely to hear them again. Hi Kirsty. So that'll probably be to do with the weight categories of them. So anything, and kind of also the same with lamb and calf. So with lamb and calf, any antelope that is obviously then over 100 kgs or so, that is then called a calf, and anything that is underneath is called a lamb. So I'm assuming it has to do in the same metric. So the cow being obviously over 100 kgs or more, and the ram as well. And obviously the ewe then being less than 100 kgs. So we do have the same with ram and ewe with Impala. Obviously, as you alluded to, kudu, ram or bull, and cow. And then again, Inyala will be an Inyala bull and ewe. So the Inyala bull being more than 100 kgs, the ewe being less. So we have Impala ram and ewe, Impala bull and ewe, kudu cow and bull, Eland bull and cow, sable bull and cow, roan bull and cow, waterbuck bull and cow as well. So it has to do with the weight categories. It looks like a fork-tailed drongo there, just hawking some insects as well. Nice to see them too. Just gone into this tree here, just above the Inyala or the Impala. And I'm sure if they do move, it does look like they are both ruminating at the moment, so probably taking the opportunity just to rest, take it easy. But I hope that answers your question, Kirsty. Hi, Tom. So I'm sure that is definitely the case because there are a lot of ticks that can be found on these animals at any given time. That's why certain of them also take the advantage or opportunity and use mud to their advantage in terms of the wallows. So those being the rhinos, buffaloes, and warthog in particular. You do have zebras that then dust bath as well as those wildebeest bulls. But in these thick coats and with the amount of ticks and that are present, you can definitely assume that they are quite immune towards these ticks. Although it is noted obviously in domestic dogs that tick bite, and it can be that, I think it's called biliary, and can be fatal to domestic dogs. So them obviously not used to that. So I can see we've been sitting there for a bit too long. I'm going to go back to our Inyala and that because we don't have anything else really around at the moment, and they are treating us, although they are in the shade, to a lovely sighting this morning. Still a number of them there in the undergrowth as well, but the bull and this ram definitely quite relaxed. I think I did just hear the first of those brown-headed parrots. I'm keeping an ear out for them or anything else that really is around. And quite clearly, these two are enjoying some peace and quiet and just ruminating. You just hear those arrow-marked babblers. It seems that this parlor ram is over his ruminating there, probably going to look at browsing or grazing again. Let's just follow and see what he's up to. Our Inyala bull quite clearly contented over there. Hi Tiffany. So the parrot that we do get in Djuma is the brown-headed parrot, and in the Kruger Park itself you actually get 3 parrots, and the other 2 are found far further north up in the Pafuri area or region, so above the Lavuvu towards the Limpopo, in that area there in the Makuleke concession. And those are also the mayor's parrot and the grey-headed parrot. The grey-headed parrot being a rather big parrot, same size as the Cape parrot. They look very similar. They are basically the same size as an African grey parrot, so far bigger than the brown-headed and the mayor's parrot too. But the one in the area here is the brown-headed parrot. Very pretty birds. Very hard to photograph or actually view because they do bounce around quite a lot, but you will always be able to hear the vocals. And I actually enjoy feeding on a number of the bush willow species that are around here, particularly the large fruited bush willow. Obviously fruits in that too, but definitely different seasons for different things.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the Safari King or Queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
It's really quite chilled this morning. Not much else going on, but great that we do have this impala and the Inyala around with us. Nice to have some action at least. Beggars can't be choosers. And we can't script wildlife either. They do what they need to do in their time. So good for us just to be able to immerse ourselves in the experience with them and gain some insight into their world. I'm still trying to figure out if this is indeed the bull with the growth on it. And the growth is on its stomach. I can't see currently just yet, but there are two bulls at least that I've noticed. We did almost have them dancing in that typical Inyala dance a couple of weeks ago, around maybe 10 days or so ago. But it did seem that the more dominant of the two was the one with the growth. So just trying to make sure if that is indeed him. But with him being in the undergrowth like that it is quite tough. So just for all of you viewers out there that are obviously interested in an update on what is going on with Darkmane and his encounter with the buffalo herd earlier on, we will be bringing you an update later on today in Sunset Safari, more than likely. And if anything does change, we'll obviously bring you an update as soon as we have more information. So do stay tuned. You will be able to get an update at some point throughout the day. But yeah, as I was saying, just trying to make sure and see if this is indeed that bull. Because if it is, as I was alluding to, he does seem to be the more dominant of the two that I have seen around here. Perhaps now with them coming out into the sun and walking through, you might get a gauge on whether it is in fact him. So it's been really awesome spending some time with these lovely Inyala and this Impala ram. It is time for us to head across to Amakhala and say good morning to Andrew and Morgan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another daily experience out here in Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province. And we have started nicely this morning with a secretary bird on the ground over here. Morning again, everybody. My name is Andrew and I do have my friend Morgan with me on camera. I do hope you are all well this morning and are ready to have some fun adventures with us. And I think a great way to start is with the secretary birds. And yeah, we've got one on the ground over there, which is cool. We're not too far from the nesting site here. And we thought we would just catch this adult while it's out and about and in the field. It is always nice to start with the secretary birds. We've become quite fond of them over the last few weeks, really getting to know them. And seeing so much different sort of activities and behavior with them, which is very special. And it's all new, very new to me. Shame it's not too warm this morning here. Yeah, the sun is out. Tyler, good morning to you too. Thank you so much for your greeting and thanks for joining us. It's so nice to be out here with all of you. And yeah, I know a lot of people are sort of following these secretary birds and it's always nice to start with them. It's a bit of a drive to get up here to Fredeland, I won't lie. But myself and Morgan have figured out a nice shortcut. And so here we are this morning. And I'm sure we'll stick around with them for a bit more time and see what they get up to. But as I was saying earlier, it's the sun is out today, but it's not very, very warm. It's not cold, just in the middle. So nice and mild. So in the time we're going to spend with these secretary birds, we're hoping to see what they're going to get up to in terms of, feeding with the chicks, and then, perhaps socializing with them, and then of course seeing the chicks themselves. Because the last we were here, there were 3 of them, and I'm sure there still are. And they're being raised very well by these adults. There we go, you can actually see the beautiful sort of color in the face with that very sharp pointy beak with that very sharp tip at the end. And every now and then when the wind does blow a little bit, we get to see those beautiful feathers on the back of the head, which is always spectacular. And just overall, this is a very good looking bird. Okay, and then if you have any questions or comments for us, please do feel free to send them along. We'd love to hear from you. And any stories that perhaps you have to share as well. And that's what I love about this experience, is that it's totally interactive, and you're welcome to interact with us, and we'll interact with you as well. So I'm just staring with the binoculars at the moment, and I can see the long eyelashes on the secretary bird. Definitely not an easy thing to see if you see secretary birds briefly. That is an interesting story I heard Alex mentioning about hyena stealing his cooler box. I've got a very similar story to tell you all. It also involves a cooler box. This was out in the Timbavati Game Reserve. We had just actually viewed lions as 3 adult females, and they did have juvenile or cubs at that time, and they were hunting, and they didn't have the cubs with them. And we left the sighting, and it was time for a drink stop. And so we circled a few roads and went to a good spot where myself and my tracker Morris were convinced that the lions wouldn't come, and we started to set up a cooler box there. And the guests were starting to get out the vehicle, and I could just hear the ooh, ooh, this contact calling, and I realized that the lions were right upon us. And so the guests managed to get back on the vehicle, but there wasn't enough time for myself. And so I just managed to stand on the side step of the vehicle and just try and blend in with the vehicle. And these lions came out, and they went straight for my cooler box and, tried to bite it, but they quickly figured out the scent of people on it, and they did leave it. And yeah, I must say, the guests afterwards, they were not keen on stopping for morning coffees and evening sundowners again after that. And I actually got a few photographs of it. It's never happened like that again. I've never had a situation like that again, thank goodness. It was quite the situation, that. And then also on the topic of hyenas, it also brings up another memory in the Timbavati when there was a film crew that was out there filming the leopards and lions of the Timbavati. And they actually compiled a brilliant documentary, which I saw much more years later. But the film crew was staying at the camp that we were guarding at. And one of the film crew members came to the ranger's block in a panic. saying that his camera's gone missing, he doesn't know where it's gone. And so we went to the vehicle and we found spotted hyena tracks. This spotted hyena literally grabbed the camera and took it off into the bush, and luckily dropped it nearby. But when we went and retrieved the camera and brought it back, there was some damage to the camera. I can't remember the name of that documentary now. Alright, Secretary Bird just stretching his wings over there. I think just enjoying the sun here, because I think for the Secretary Bird it's a very mild day today. And just to warm up in the sun is quite nice. I'm just going to wait and see what the Secretary Bird wants to do. I don't think it's going to be very long, and it will either try and go foraging or just return back to the top of the nesting site. But when we initially got here, this very adult over here was on top of the nesting site and has just taken to the ground now. So most definitely will be interesting if one of the other adults does return with some food for the chicks, and to see what that food items will be. But what we have seen is mainly rodents, some mice, and then a good few snakes we have seen. Difficult to identify when it's being regurgitated. Yeah, so this adult is very stationary there. He's just really enjoying the spot over here. Hello, Caroline. I don't think so. I think more along the lines of the secretary bird is just sunning itself, because birds sun themselves. It's very important that they do this. And we see this across the board with the birds. And so just to stand in the middle of the sun does help to warm up the body, but not only that, you also find that it helps with the parasites on the body in the form of mites. And what happens is when the mites are on the body of the bird and the sun is sort of contacting those mites, the mites become very uncomfortable and they start to shuffle around, and you find that birds flicker off their wings. They just fluff off their wings quickly, and that shakes off a lot of those mites off the body. So it's a preening. It's a form of preening called sunning. But by the same token, you never know. Maybe if there is something in reach that the secretary bird can see, it'll most definitely take that opportunity and go for it. But when they are foraging and looking for food, they are walking around actually. And they walk around looking for anything that can be overpowered. And they walk pretty quickly. According to the books, they can walk up to between 2 and 3 kilometers an hour when just foraging, which is quite a fast pace if you ask me. And in a full day, on average, they will do between 20, 25 kilometer sort of zigzags, walking in the environment. That's how much distance they have been known to cover in a day of foraging. Adam, morning to you. No, we haven't seen the partner just yet. It's only the one adult. Oh, you've seen it? Okay. So Morgan said he did briefly spot it when we were sort of driving up this road. I never saw it. I'm a little bit lower down. But the partner is around here. And we've been lucky. We've seen both partners on the nesting site. And we've also seen both partners foraging. They're very busy birds. They're just opening its beak, having a bit of a yawn. It's just actually incredible to know that secretary birds consume their prey totally whole. And some of those prey items, like big puff adders, they are not small by any means. They're quite a big animal, and secretary bird is going to do it whole. And there we go, just on the move, gently walking around. Interesting birds. Just slowly dipping down there. You can just see the top of the head there. It seems like this individual is sort of beginning its foraging process now, walking around here to see if it can catch anything. You still got sight there, Morgan? No. Shame. It's just gone beneath the topography of the land here. So we're on a sloped area. But it's just nice to be here. It's a really spectacular part of the reserve here. Adam, that's quite a difficult question. So see if I can try and answer it from what I've seen, what I've observed. So what we have seen is the secretary bird goes to the top of the nest, of course, where the chicks are. And immediately when it wants to regurgitate, it puts its head right down, sort of towards the floor of the nest. And there's a few sort of dilations, if you will, so that regurgitation process. And then most of that matter that it regurgitates is falling onto the floor of the nest and then beginning to feed the adults via that. What we have also seen is the secretary birds giving water to the young chicks, just dribbling some bits of water into the chicks' mouths, which is very interesting. I never even knew they did that. I always thought that they got enough moisture from the things that they ate, especially when they're chicks, but doesn't seem that way, that they're actually providing water. And the one thing we saw when it was that quite big snake was that it seemed like the secretary bird was battling a little bit, and there was quite a bit of action to try and get the snake out. And when it did start to come out, myself and Morgan, we were so surprised, because it was Morgan had been here before. That was my first time here, and we'd already seen something like that. So I knew that this is going to be quite promising. We're going to see quite a bit here when we come through here.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
things are starting to grow green at the moment, but never be fooled by that. We call that a green drought. So the surface of the soil gets wet enough to make the grass go green, but then if rain doesn't pursue shortly after that, the land goes back to its arid condition. Beautiful. All these hills and clouds, it's very complementary of each other. Darcy Miller, good to hear from you again. Always nice to hear from you. God's Window isn't that close from here, no. So for us to drive there, I would estimate it would take probably about half an hour for us to get there. But not far from here is an area called Tiny T, and that's one of the high points on the game reserve, and it's so stunning up there. You can see everything that's going on up there, especially for the eastern side of the basin. And God's Window is quite nice because you see the majority of the central part of the basin. And that ridge area is just really spectacular, and we often do landscapes out there, and it's slowly starting to get green in that basin. So what's also interesting, oh, what you got there, Morgan? Ah, just got landscape, nice one. What is interesting about this area is that there is fynbos in this area, which is one of the biomes that you find in South Africa, and this area of the Vredeland is very rich in that fynbos. I remember when the buffalo used to come up here quite a bit, and they used to spend quite a bit of time up here, and it was awesome game viewing because there's not very big bushy areas out here that they could sort of hide, and you have the whole herd in view. And I remember a few years ago I tracked a male lion all the way up into Vredeland I picked up the footprints by a lodge called Hlosi Lodge, which is quite far from here. And we started tracking early in the morning, and by the time we found that male lion out here in Vredeland, already 3.5 hours had gone by. So it was a full morning of tracking. And I could see the guests, they were getting a little bit hungry, wondering, are we actually gonna see this male lion? And we did. And we found him not very far from here. It's always quite a feeling when you spend time tracking through footprints and you manage to find the animal. I can't begin to describe that feeling that I get, at least. Julia, I was actually having a chat with Morgan yesterday. I think I had a bit of a misunderstanding as to what a Transfrontier Park is. So I believe a Transfrontier Park is a sort of an extension where they sort of go into neighboring countries. And so, but here in Amakhala, where they have got massive discussions at the moment to drop fences amongst the neighboring game reserves here in the Eastern Cape. The ultimate size, I would have to speak to some of the guys about that, but with all the game reserves that they're planning, I should think well over 100,000 hectares. But that won't be done overnight, unfortunately. There still needs to be some ironing out of crinkles, so to speak. And Amakhala will be a great contribution to that, because as I say, it's just a really beautiful reserve, very diverse out here. And we have features out here like the river, Bushman's River, and then the basin, and then those dune thickets, which is the Albany thicket, which is another biome altogether. But yeah, Kruger National Park is a classic example of a Transfrontier Park extending into other countries, and the Kalahari as well. And the Kalahari, if any of you ever get a chance to go out there, it is really beautiful out there. Part of the Kalahari. I'm just scanning with binoculars, and right in the distance I can see the heat waves coming off the land. So I think sort of the temperatures are a bit let me just try and find out for you. Okay, it seems like the Bushman's River, that's very interesting, is an east to northeasterly flowing tributary of the Tugela River in the KwaZulu-Natal province of Southern Africa, and it rises into the Drakensberg mountain range. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So sort of going to the area of like Giant's Castle, which is a famous area in the Drakensberg. I never knew that. That's incredible. And it'll pop out by the ocean, by the mouth, not far from us here, in an area called, or a town called Bushman's River, which is just next to Kenton-on-Sea. And I must say, when it does go to the mouth, or when it becomes the tidal estuary down by the mouth, the Bushman's River is famous for being very diverse in aquatic wildlife, and turtles and rays and sharks, variety of fish like cob and grunter and garrick. And I know just next to it, the Kariga River, that's the next parallel running river, has got estuarine pipefish near the mouth, which is a very rare fish. It's sort of related to the seahorse family. And I know that they're doing a lot of research. It's a very protected environment, that. Okay, I wonder where the secretary bird has gone off to. I'm surely not too far from here, just down the slope. And we just be patient and wait and see what's going to happen. Just beautiful up here. And so while we're here, I'm just going to give you a little bit of history about Amakhala, and I know I've touched base a little bit with it in previous times. But Amakhala, about 25 years ago, in fact, used to be cattle farms, and the respective landowners or farm owners, they sort of started to think about ecotourism and the conservation side of things for, for nature and for animals. And instead of farming, they all had agreements that let's give up the farming, join our portions of land, and then make one game reserve where they could hopefully focus on ecotourism and then really get their hands dirty with the conservation side of things. And so that happened, and the 4 founding families still very much represent Amakhala. It's the Gush family, also the Hart family, who else am I missing? The Weeks family, and then the Folds family. And slowly but surely, Amakhala started to establish themselves, and all these years later, I think it's 23 years later, being a game reserve, it's really started to establish itself very, very nicely. And this goes for most of the game reserves in this area. Originally it would have been cattle farms. good show. I believe Alex has got a nice big elephant coming down to Ukukuya Waterhole, so I'm going to send you through to him in the meantime.
Ellie Bull is coming through, and which one it is we will find out in a few seconds. Just waiting for it to actually get to the water itself. But good to be back in Okakuyo this morning, and clearly that does start to raise our species count for the day. Springbok, zebra, and this Ellie Bull making his way through to us. So as he does get a bit closer, I'll also take us in and we can have a look. We will see him, I'm sure, scattering all the springbok that are here at the moment. And I do think that it is perhaps our bull with no hair on its tail. Does look to be that one. So quite clearly scattering all the springbok off, making sure that he is the dominant presence and he holds his waterhole hierarchy. Quite an impressive bull. You can see him also just sniffing with his trunk. Letting everyone know it's best to get to the other side of the dam. He is in control. And it does seem to be our bull without the hair on its tail. So we will have a look now. And we'll slowly start to get in a bit closer. Gemsbok as well coming to join us. Let us just wait for him to kind of settle down. And we can just watch the dynamics of the hole also kind of into a mild panic. Hi Lucy, yes, he really is. Definitely the one in power at the moment. It does seem to be that bull that I am alluding to, the guy that spends quite a bit of time here with us. Not too much hair on his tail, and also those big broken tusks. But really, really intimidating in terms of how much bigger he is compared to all the other species around here. Very imposing. Perhaps we'll get him spraying himself as well. I'm sure it is going to be a rather warm day and afternoon here in Okakuyo. Able to hear some of those European bee-eaters, Cape Crows, that blacksmith lapwing right in front of us. We'll keep a lookout for that black-headed heron that has been around too. Over the mourning doves as well. Really special times. Lovely to have our Ellie with us at the moment. Didn't see any of them yesterday. We did have a lot of action with them the day before on Monday. They're nice and still in the area and still willing to grace us with his presence. Hi, Brock. It's something I've been pondering about the last few months being here. And I clearly have no idea. I wish I could give you some further insights. Perhaps it's also just the way that this Ellie has grown up. His tail does look a bit shorter, but quite clearly lack of those long tail hairs. So, as we expected, definitely spraying himself, cooling down, perhaps getting ready for an afternoon of foraging. Seems to have also just kept those gemsbok a little bit at bay. I'm going to try and just come over a little bit and see if we can't keep track of them too. You hear some hornbills in the background as well. Some zebra coming down as well. And again, some more gemsbok. Hi Simon, yes, in areas where they are obviously grown and not broken, they can give us an indication of age. Also the diameter of them as well would help us in terms of aging an elephant. But quite clearly here, this Ellie has broken his tusks, so it would be hard to gauge him, at least on his age, off the length of his tusks, because we wouldn't know how long they would actually grow. And quite often in areas where they do have a lack of nutrition in their substrates or the vegetation that they do eat, their tusks can become quite brittle and they do break. So it is noted here, as well as in Mashatu and definitely in Madikwe, there is a lack of obviously calcium in the area that would then allow their tusks to be rather brittle and allowing those tusks then to break. So it can be quite tough to do it, but in areas where we do get rather big tuskers, so for example up in Tsavo, Amboseli even in Kenya, those ellies perhaps would be able to be aged off the size of those tusks, as well as some of the big tuskers in Kruger. They would also have some indication with regards to their age. Remember, a tusk being a modified incisor.
Hi, I'm Patty Andre, and I'm in Loveland, Colorado, and I was so honored to win the prize to Jamala Medikwe. It's going to be such a great trip, I'm sure, and I've been an explorer since Explorers started. Been to Africa a couple times, but I've never been to South Africa, so it's exciting, and I'm happy to go there.
Sign up today, and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself. Wildrift Explorers, it's in your name.
Really an impressive bull. Lovely, lovely scenes. just going to follow this bull. It does look like he's going to slowly start making his way away from the dam. Let's just see. Come on, controls. I'm hoping that he does hang around and dust bath, because it's quite cool when they do stand around and do just exactly that. Perhaps he might even take the opportunity to rest too. Quite clearly some zebra up in the distance along that Mapani tree line. Let's just have a look. Definitely sniffing the ground. Possibly picking up some other identification and communication signals from that dung that he's just smelt. Who might be around, if there are any cows perhaps coming into estrus. We just don't know what pheromones he might be picking up. Seems resting his trunk on his one tusk there. Really impressive. Massive head, massive width on his tusk as well.
Hello?
Let's see, maybe he'll kick up some dust with one of his feet. Definitely able to kick up some dust while he moves and shakes his head off. It almost looks like he's war painted or war clad, this Ellie bull at the moment. Exactly, Max also alluding to it does look like he's battle ready at the moment. Almost like an Ellie Braveheart. We wanted to go that route, but some could also say almost like a Jackson Pollock painting, just sprayed and all over the show right now. So very cool, nice contrast. Again, just sniffing the dung of that other elephants have left, obviously. When they have been here, the last time we did have Ellies, as I said, was on Monday evening, and they were swimming in the evening as well. It was very cool. Perhaps, obviously, that was a breeding herd, and perhaps this bull now is obviously just picking up any of the pheromones that might have been left around. And again, maybe sensing if any of those cows might be coming into estrus, perhaps even putting him into musk then going forward. Let's make sure we keep a tab on him. Very nice gentleman at the moment. No temporal secretions or anything, so clearly not in must at the moment. You can really see how muscular his neck is. A really impressive bull. So it's fantastic to be able to spend so much time with this lovely bull, and also just note how impressive he really is. But we are off to go and catch up with Andrew and Morgan and see what's happening with those secretary birds.
Nice one, Alex. Seems like you're having a good time with elephants out there. We are just watching the secretary bird chicks in the nest here, and it seems like they are fast asleep at this moment. But always nice just to watch them, and things can change in a flick of a finger, so to speak, especially when the adult does return with something to eat. Okay, I hope it's you can hear me better now. So yeah, these chicks are what looks like fast asleep. I see one head bobbing up there. I think perhaps this secretary bird chick heard me. Could probably hear me saying they're fast asleep and sort of disagreeing with me. But I'm seeing one of the other chicks lying right next to it. Yeah, it looks like they're fast asleep there. But it's amazing because things can change in a flick of a switch here, especially when the adults do return to the nest. And these chicks sort of liven up and they start moving around and they bob their heads and start to beg for food. Afternoon, Zach, or morning, still morning time now. Morning, Zach. Yeah, from what I've read in the books, they don't seem to practice the siblicide or Cain and Abel syndrome, where one of them kicks the other one out, because there are 3 chicks in there. But what I can say is they do rely on sort of availability of food in the area, and that'll determine roughly if they're going to raise all 3 chicks, which they are doing now. So it does seem like food is available. But, you know, the secretary birds as a species are closest relative to hawks and eagles. And we do know that hawks and eagles do practice that siblicide behavior, where the strong chick usually kills the weaker chick. But it's not really recorded too much with the secretary birds. And it's actually quite nice to see them raising these 3 chicks. Because typically with raptors, you do sort of have that behavior where they only raise essentially just the one chick. The other chick sort of gets out-competed and eaten by the stronger chick. When I initially first started coming to the secretary bird nest, we thought it was 2 in the nest for quite a few number of days, and then later on we did see the 3rd chick with help from Nadine, who also spotted it there in the mission control room. And yeah, a nice little family here, very successful in terms of them raising these 3 chicks. But yeah, the amount of food that we've been seeing being supplied, I can definitely see that happening. Thanks, Megan. Definitely a good way to start off a birding Wednesday with secretary birds of all the birds. Now they are splendid. They really are great birds. And just being here the last few weeks watching them, I must say the secretary birds do have a very special place in my heart now. And it's not easy for me to say this is my favorite species or that is my favorite species. But when it comes to the birds, secretary bird is definitely on the top of the list. I really enjoy them. And I'm just really grateful that I have seen some of the things I have seen with them. And you know, it does make me think back when I turn back the clock, when I used to be a safari guide and we used to see secretary birds, and you come to the sighting of a nesting site and we would spend like 10 or 15 minutes there and not see too much action and move off. And I think for a long time I sort of just brushed it off as being they're going to be inactive and it's not a great sighting. But you spend enough time with them, you really do see some amazing things. And the first day I came here, it wasn't even 5 minutes that we were here, and we saw them return back with a snake that they regurgitated. And while we're watching them here, I can just hear the cicada beetles surrounding us, making all these strong sounds. And perhaps some of you have just joined us and you haven't really seen sort of any activity with the secretary birds over the last few weeks that we have been watching them. And myself and Morgan have noticed a bit of unique behavior where usually there's one adult in the nest with the chicks, but then one of the adults that is foraging in the field, they make a return, and then there's a bit of a switch. So the adult that is in the nest then jumps out and goes and takes over that foraging role, and then that other adult that brings food sort of catches a bit of time to rest and also bond with the young ones. And we are calling it the switch, and it happens so quickly. The minute the one arrives, the other one takes off. But also we are noticing now, I don't know if there is an adult in there that we can't see, but we did see the second adult on the ground earlier on. So both adults are out in the field now. So it seems that the chicks are getting big now. They're requiring quite a bit more food, and it's too much work for one adult. So both adults are out there trying to look for food. You see some antelope there, Morgan? What you see? I think I'm a bit low down. It seems like impala in the distance. I can't see them properly from where I'm sitting. Yeah, we do see quite a bit of the general antelopes that do come out here. We've had quite a few good sightings of waterbuck and also kudu. Eland, I know for a fact eland come up here. Impalas, and if you're very lucky, bushbuck, which will be more in those thicket areas. But bushbuck on this game reserve is one of those antelopes that are definitely out here, just we don't often see them. And then also we can't forget the common duiker, which also will be more or less in those thicket areas. And yeah, I'd like to know if Alex can, if he's able to tell the difference between bushbuck tracks and duiker tracks, because it is a conundrum. For anybody that knows the track and signs of animals, they will know that to tell the difference between a bushbuck and a duiker track, it's very, very difficult. And there's just small differences between the two. The main difference I look for is the gait. So the distance apart from the tracks indicates a slightly bigger animal. And bushbuck being a bit larger than that of the duiker. I'm just wondering why these chicks are so inactive. Usually we get them sort of with all three heads up and sort of walking around the nest. Today they seem very, very still. Could just be nap time, as simple as that. At least it's not too warm today, and there's no sort of real urge for them to pant to cool down. And some of those hot days you really see them battling a bit. And the way they pant is to just open their beak. One is doing it now. Just to open the beak, allow the breeze to go in, and that will just aid in thermal regulation to cool down. But from what I've been told, to pant when it comes to secretary birds is quite an expensive process, because it does use a lot of their energy, and that energy obviously is not going into the growth side of things but more for cooling down. So particularly on these hot days they do battle a bit. A little bit of movement there. Wow, look at that beak. That beak is really forming well now. And there's already a very, very sharp tip there. And I should think even at this age they've got probably a very formidable bite. So any predators that might want to harm them, I think they might be prepared for a little bit of a fight, even though they're still quite young. We're going to continue watching a bit. In the meanwhile, I'm going to send you over to not too far away, in fact, in Kariega with Ralph.
Well, yes, we are. We're a little bit closer to the coast here at Kariega Game Reserve, so it's not too hot there in Amakhala, and we have onshore wind here. You best believe that we're going to be a little bit cooler even than Amakhala. But, well, this time of the day we often see a lot of the animals taking their rest, and it's no different with Tembi and her calf. People often ask, do animals sleep? And my answer is always that generally the middle of the day is the best time for them to grab a few winks or a bit of shut eye, because it's also the time when predators are less active as well. It's very hot, and so it does affect the animals, especially with the ones that have a very high heart rate, and the predators are falling in that category. So they're very lethargic and spending a lot of energy keeping cool, and so the rest of the animals also take that gap to catch a bit of sleep. Makes sense when it's very hot, and especially when I was like working out in the desert in Namibia, it was always the best time of the day to catch some sleep and rest. Always active in the early mornings and afternoons, later in the afternoon when it cools off. And you find a lot of the desert adapted animals doing this, and anywhere where it's very hot. So out in the African bush, middle of the day, time to sleep. They were wallowing in the mud yesterday, but I don't see too much of a change in color from them. Maybe it's on the other side. So Rhonda, they don't sweat. They might sweat a little bit under the armpits and under the back legs, a little bit, but generally they need to pant to keep cool. So they do rely quite a bit on that nice cool mud. And like I say, when we have a breeze coming off the ocean, it does also assist in that. So they probably not too hot currently. I'm not too hot, though I'm standing on the back of a vehicle. The sun is out, and it is hot without the wind, but with the wind it's rather cool. You can see, even though they are getting some sleep, those ears are ever watchful, pointing in different directions, always listening out, and with the tufts on the end, the tufts of hair, also feeling the wind direction. There are a couple of little wobbles, so I'm just going to zoom out again because of the wind that's affecting my camera. And it's just when I'm right in tight like that that you then see what the wind is doing to me. As always, the Egyptian geese calling. I had some giraffe walk past me just now. They seemingly disappeared. There are some animals milling about, some zebra and ostrich, and there's some blesbok, impala, and also wildebeest. So they're not down sleeping or ruminating, they're actively grazing. There's our blesbok, there's some wildebeest. What are they up to? And they seem to be catching a bit of a snooze as well, but maybe also ruminating, very important part of the day. So you find the ruminators also do spend this time relaxing, in inverted commas, but doing that ruminating process, which is a very important part of the digestion, and they do need to spend time doing it. But one of the advantages of being a ruminator is you can graze or feed, and then you can move away from there and go to another quiet spot and relax, and then sort of finish off the digestive process there. Whereas the grazers, they need to constantly move and feed. Otherwise they don't get enough calories for energy. So, but you find like the rhino and the hippos, they do a lot of grazing at night. It's nice and cool, and so they do have a lot more energy when it's cooler during the night. Coming back to Tembi and her calf. Not that they're doing anything. There's not too many animals very active right now, and that includes the hippos with the mommy and the new little born. They also seem to be having a bit of a snooze in the water. They'll also be active at night, going out to graze. Not the little baby yet though. The baby will just be drinking milk for now. Susan, absolutely. It's a nice, relaxed day for the animals. Everyone is chilling out. Siesta time. You can hear Bokmakiri calling, even though it's getting quite windy now. Let's just do a bit of a pan, see what else is about. All those impala there in the background on that side of the slope, they like it up there. You may be able to hear the Bokmakiri now just above the wind. And southern boobos also calling, with the somber green bulls. I'd say that those are probably two of the most common calls that you'll hear in the Eastern Cape, is the southern booboo and the somber green bull. Similar to the dark cap bulbul in shape and size, slightly bigger, but then it's got a green color to it, as opposed to that brown and black of the other more common bulbuls, red-eyed and the dark-capped. There's some other animals there. It's the equine bandits. One leaning on the other one, just on its back there. Very common that. Is that my friend Stompy? It does look like him indeed. I haven't seen him for a few days. Stompy, English Stumpy, because he's got half a tail. That's just my nickname for him. Oh well, at least he's got himself a friend. Still no ostrich chicks, apart from those two that I saw one day. Haven't seen them since, and I haven't seen any more little chicks running around. So hopefully we're going to get to see them. I hope that the rain didn't have an effect, because there was a couple of very big storms 2 nights in a row, and that's sometimes all it takes to kill ostrich chicks. Wind and rain. So I'm hoping it didn't knock them out. We'll have to wait and see. One of our friends there. That looks to be the bull, I think. 8-year-old bull. Far off in the distance. And that ostrich feeding on whatever it comes across. Just pan across even more, see who else is about. Thought I saw her there. There's one of the giraffe that came past. There's two of them. Let's make out the backs of their ears. Very bright white that stands out. They're a long way away and you still see that very clearly. Now, we can just go to an animal that's a little bit closer to us, and just off to the left of where I am, where I'm hoping that we might have some more contenders for the spa, the mud wallow. I always wait here, especially when it heats up nicely, because we may have the buffalo and or the rhino coming to get their mud medication. They've really changed the dynamic of this wallow now. It's all as a result of the rhino lying in it yesterday. But this sacred ibis looks like it's just probing. Kind of insects that may be hanging around. So Sarah, giraffe can, it depends on, you know, the geographical location. For the, you know, they are water dependent, so they do need to drink daily. And it depends on where, like for instance at Mashatu, they may need to walk quite long distances to feed and then go to get the water. So it just depends. However, there seems to be reasonable feed even around the Mashatu waterhole. But you look at Okukuyu, and there they've, you know, in the background of Okukuyu you can see the Mopani woodlands, but giraffe don't generally feed on Mopani. I haven't seen them doing that, so they're more onto the smaller leaves of the acacia, or Vachilia as they're now called. And I know that from Okukuyu they have to walk either towards Umbika, which is about 10 kilometers away, either that or closer towards the Pan, the Tosha Pan, and that's also quite a distance away. So there, yeah, they've got to move between the feed and the drink. Whereas here, these giraffe are sort of at their holiday destination, because everything is just so available here, from water to food. I think they just move around for the sake of moving around here and just changing of place and keeping themselves busy, but they could literally almost stay in one place and be able to feed and drink. You can see that mud, that it's dried out, that becomes very hard. So it's like rock, because it's almost pure clay. So you wouldn't be probing in that. You have to go in the wetter stuff. That's why it looks like he's going just on the edge in the grassy spots, because that bull won't penetrate inside this dry mud. Get a couple of shots here. It's quite nice with this. Looks like there might be a bit of an algae bloom in the water itself, making it green, and the brown of the mud and the white contrast with the black of the sacred ibis. I just want to try and catch it in a nice sort of feeding position. It's not easy. Did he get something? Maybe. You see how those long toes that they have as well, if you look closely. Helps him to walk in marshy areas, don't sink in too much. Adapted for life on the edge of the water, in the shallows and just on the edges. There's some Egyptian geese. There's one of our ostrich friends. And there is another ostrich there. I don't know if they are going to interact. Just a bit further away, he seems to be walking off. One in front is quite a good looking one. Nice white feathers. The other one seems to be a bit more dirtied. Alrighty, so lovely to see and spend some time with me on the Kariega Game Reserve, and especially with the largest birds in the world. However, they are flightless. Now another big bird, but one that does fly, and it's a mix between an eagle and a stork. Let's head over to Andrew.
Thanks, Ralph. We indeed do have another bird that flies, a big bird. It's secretary bird, just on the ground there, one of the adults. And yeah, just to see the chicks are not really doing much, so definitely good to focus on this adult who's now just joined the sort of the vicinity here. But also quite inactive, not really doing too much there. And we're just going to wait in anticipation for this adult to hopefully fly up and then come sit on the top of the nest. And while we do that, we just enjoy the surroundings here. It's a bit of a breeze that's blowing about now. It's picking up slowly but surely, but it seems like this is the trend here in the Eastern Cape in the sort of the late mornings / afternoons. But nothing like yesterday. Yesterday's wind was really unbearable, and we battled throughout the afternoon, getting covered totally head and toe in dust. Just slowly moving. Okay, might just come to the nesting site. Was it walking away? Okay, it's walking away from the nesting site. So continue foraging after a short break. It's lovely the way they walk, eh? Definitely one of the species of birds out here in the Vredeland area that is dominating these grasslands over here. One thing I haven't really noticed is other birds mobbing the secretary birds. Of course it does happen, but you know, walking in the open environment, surely the birds would spot it quite easily and feel threatened by that and then sort of form that mob, especially the fork-tailed drongos. A very brave little bird. It's not scared to approach a bird much greater than itself and chase it away from the area. There's actually a video that's going viral at the moment of I think it's a brown snake eagle sitting on the top of a tree, and this fork-tailed drongo is having a go at it, and the fork-tailed drongo literally sits on this brown snake eagle's head and waits for it to take off in flight so it can begin to chase it. That is such a cool video. Very brave little birds, those fork-tailed drongos. What's nice is over the period of time that myself and Morgan have been coming here, they've gotten so used to us. Griffin, morning. Finally something I can answer when it comes to secretary birds. So about 4.5 kilograms is the average weight of an adult secretary bird. It's fairly big, but if we think of some of the flying birds that we get out in Africa, that's quite light actually, in comparison to that of a Kori bustard, who can get up to between 15 and 18 kilograms and still fly. But it's just amazing how little knowledge is out there about secretary birds. It's a very misunderstood species of bird. And often enough, when you do research on these secretary birds, you find conflicting information. Some books are saying this, some books are saying that. But I think a lot of it's got to do with area-specific adaptations and sort of how they do things in a specific area, and to a large degree also reserve-specific. So what these secretary birds are doing here, they might not be doing on the next game reserve out in the area. And I think of all the times you've been actually coming here, I think this is probably the quietest and most stillest we've had these secretary birds. But that's okay. We don't expect them to do things for us. We expect them to do things on their own accord. Quentin, hi there. Quentin, I think it's got to do, with courtship. They're attracted to one another. I think that's got to do with a large part of it. But there are probably other uses for it as well. As you know, in the bird community or the bird world, birds are attracted to, prettiness, especially with the males. And even these brown, drab birds that we find in these open areas in the grasslands, who are usually very brown, very little color, they have got a mechanism to be attractive, whether it be a call or a specific beautiful way it flies. And another classic example that comes to mind now is the Cape Longclaw, very well camouflaged out here. And the way it impresses the female is through a call and then through a brief little orange patch on its throat. We'll show it off to the female, and then hopefully she accepts him.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
must say, it's not very often you get to see a secretary bird standing completely still for this period of time. But I do expect the winds to get a bit stronger as the afternoon progresses. And it becomes actually quite deceiving out here because you think it's not that hot because of the wind blowing. The next thing I look at my arm and it's red like a Vienna sausage, and I know I am getting burnt. It's actually nice that this adult is standing so still, and you can really take out binoculars and really have a good look. We're not seeing it too much now, but usually the first thing you notice when you see a secretary bird are those long stalk-like legs. And then these black feathers that almost looks like it forms pants that they're wearing. It's very, very distinctive. Adam, thanks for your question, and I do think they can, yes. You know, secretary birds do occur in areas, dry grassland areas and semi-arid environments as well, so they are very well adapted for it. So I don't think they're uncomfortable, just, when they are heating up like this, the effort to cool down does consume energy. And animals, as we know, are very big on saving that energy. Rather don't waste it, save it. And especially for the young chicks, and they can use that energy for other things such as growing. So yeah, it's important just to try and keep cool. But also, if you have a look, they are very pale birds, so that's a good adaptation for them, just to stay cool, keep cool, push away some of the heat. It's when you see them with their mouths open, this is when their body temperature is very, very high and they are battling. So with the adult, that's not happening now. But we did see it a few days ago. And actually, when they open their mouths, you actually see how big the mouth is. And one of the chaps out here on Amakhala, Alnich, or Ali, we call him Ali, he recorded a sighting he had of the secretary bird swallowing a young scrub hare and totally whole. Now, a scrub hare is not a very small bird, a small animal, even a young one for a secretary bird. It's a decent sized animal. And apparently the back legs were just sticking out before swallowing it completely down. Kayla, thank you so much for that question. So they don't actually, they return back to the same nesting site yearly for a good number of years. So initially when they first start nesting, it's quite a basic nest, held together by twigs and so on. But as they return back to the nest, they are going to add extra vegetation to it. And by doing that, the nest becomes much larger in size and pretty heavy. So the nest that these chicks are in is in quite an established nest. It's really quite a big one. And we see this with most of the raptors, in fact, eagles, hawks and buzzards, that they do return back to nesting sites, and every single year they slightly get bigger and bigger and bigger. But I do remember at Tswalu, when I was out there, there was a secretary bird that was nesting in a, what was that tree? It's the Areoloba, so it's going to be the camel thorn tree, which is also part of the Vachelia family, Vachelia Areoloba. That nest was so big that it caused a split down the fork of the tree, and unfortunately the tree just could not take it anymore and it collapsed, and the secretary bird nest fell totally on the ground. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, they will need to rebuild the nest. So they'll probably find a better tree and start from scratch. Francis, good morning. So, usually a thorn tree, they do really like thorn trees like Vachelias. That's the most common sort of nesting site. It's not a tree really, it's more of a big bush with quite a dense canopy on the top. And they do like forks in the branches as well. But not too high. They seem to like a specific height in these bushes, because I've seen this on another secretary bird nest on the reserve, but it's a bit far from here, in the homestead area. It's called a homestead, close to Hlosi Lodge. We used to see a breeding pair there. They're very territorial birds, so you're not likely to find another pair of secretary birds foraging in this area. And if that does happen, generally an argument is going to ensue. And it can only be one territorial couple in the area. And the reason for that is they're going to use a lot of the resources in the area. So they don't want to really share those resources with other secretary birds. Because there are so many insects out there and reptiles and so on, but you know, secretary birds, they do feed on a lot, especially insects. And if there's too much competition in the area, all the insects are going to get eaten in the area, and it's just not going to be enough to sustain them. But definitely some interesting questions coming through here, and on that, if you have any more questions, please do feel free. We've got lots of time to play with out here. And if there's things that you know about secretary birds, please do share with us. This is a learning experience for both parties, myself and Morgan, and yourself. Morgan, you're on the nest there, eh? Great. It's just crazy to think that there's 3 youngsters in there. Yeah, you can't even see much of them. So I think there's quite a nice cup in that nest. One thing that I have thought about is what do they do with their waste in the terms of their droppings? Are they going to just leave it in there, which is doubtful because it's going to make it quite smelly, full of bacteria, and that's going to be a problem for them? Or do the young sort of just lean over the side and then go to the toilet? There's actually a lot of nesting birds do that. They prefer not to defecate in their nesting site. And we have seen a little bit of scat around here on the road. Just further down there's a white patch on the road. It almost looks like someone spilt white paint. Okay, good show. I'm just going to continue watching with binoculars here. Otherwise, let's head off to Alex in Ukukuyo in the meanwhile.
Harem of zebra. There were 4 ellies, and I think it's the 4 from Monday that we had. Those 2 big bulls and the 2 younger ones. So definitely the bull that was around earlier, he is back and enjoying himself, and it does look like the cloud cover is slowly building as well. So it does make for an interesting contrast and for some interesting scenes as well. But we haven't really had a good look at the zebra yet today. I'm going to take us a little closer, although Ellie is probably going to block us at some point. Perhaps even scare off some of those zebra. And we do have some others approaching as well, so good numbers throughout, but definitely an Ellie blocking, and he probably wouldn't get too far on a drama course right now. But who are we to complain? He is a rather impressive bull, and he is more than welcome to take up the space he's doing right now. Really, what a contrast with that spray and dried dust and mud on him. Really, really pretty. Does look like those 4 bulls are slowly moving off though, probably into those mapani thickets, woodlands just off to the front of us. But lots more zebra to join us and a couple of springbuck, so let's just have a closer look and enjoy some of them. Contrast and the dazzle of zebra already, but we've got more approaching, so rather busy time in Ukukuyo. And with this amount of zebra around, and when the numbers even pick up even greater, it does sometimes look like someone has kind of got a bird's eye view of a very busy metropolitan and put it on fast forward, increase the speed. It's really hard to keep track on what is going on. So inundated with zebra at the moment. And we are just going to enjoy ourselves while they spend some time with us. Quite clearly the clouds have started to build up. The wind also seems to be picking up. I'm not too sure if that's rain. But I can hear obviously quite a bit of wind. Perhaps that is rain. I'm not too sure. Clearly the animals would be enjoying it anyway. It is hot here. I do think that was actually just wind. So lots of zebra quenching their thirst. It does seem that we are getting to the end. These zebra at least joining us down here. And once they do start to walk off again, I will zoom out and we'll just keep a track on anyone else that might be looking to come through for a drink. So really lovely to be able to see them and also to get those 4 bull ellies that were around, although you would have only seen 2. It's nice to have them through anyway. Lovely gemsbok just walking past. So we really do get good numbers of game coming through here. It's lovely to be exposed to the different species that do frequent the waterhole. So I'm hoping the gemsbok joins us right here and I don't have to pan across. And kind of scatter those Cape Crows away, it looks like, as well. Hi, Hillary. So on average, you're probably looking at around 6 to 8 individuals. It really does depend on the area, though, as well. So did allude to this the other day, that there are in fact 2 migrations of zebra that occur in Botswana. And those migrations obviously denote to there being far higher numbers, and obviously with the big migrations in East Africa as well, the zebra that are in and involved with that also obviously congregate in higher numbers. But for example, in Mshatu, when we would see zebra, you're probably looking at maybe 6 to 8 individuals in that harem on average, as well as in the Lowveld as well. So that being Djuma, and perhaps even in Proudlands 2, you're also looking at around 6 to 8 individuals in a harem. And I would think the same would be true for Amakhala and Kariga as well. Probably maybe 12 at times, but on average you're looking at around that size harem. Doesn't mean to say they won't get bigger and you won't see more. We do see them in very good numbers here, but it does change, obviously area specific. And just out of interest, those plain zebra that are up in East Africa that would be involved in that big wildebeest migration there, they are part of the race called the Grant zebra, and they're actually the most numerous of the plain zebra, as well as being the smallest too. They also have a shorter mane. And they also lack the shadow stripe that we would note here on these zebra. These zebra and the ones that occur down into the Lowveld being the Damara race, and the Birchells being those that we find in the Eastern Cape, so in Amakhala and Kariga, both with a shadow line, that brown shadow line on their coat. So really very regal antelope here with our gemsbok. Lovely colorations, but quite clearly cloud cover is slowly starting to build and the wind is starting to pick up as well. So nice zebra braying in the background, but quite a contrast to when the sun is through, and we do get quite a dappled landscape then when it does get to shine through from the clouds. So just to give you a perspective on that as well. Number of clouds building quite high at the moment, but definitely cumulus, and it looks like the onset of a front to some degree, but who knows, it could burn off and move on quite quickly, so just something to keep tabs on. So it's been very cool spending some time with the elephant, gemsbok, and obviously the nice harem of zebra. We're going to leave the Springbok to it and head over to Ralph and his rhino.
Well, Tembi and her calf have decided it's time for a wallow. So they've come on over to the smaller of the two wallows, and it looks like they may bed down in the mud, but we'll just have to wait and see. It is quite windy, and so they can be a little bit skittish when it is like that, and they're a little bit worried about me, so I'm just trying to be as calm and quiet as possible. They do know me, but sometimes they just they get a little bit nervous. But we'll see. I'm hoping they go for a little bit of a spa session. Get one or two pics here as well. Not always the best in the middle of the day to take photos because you don't have the sort of colors that pop as you would in the early morning or later in the afternoon. It's a little bit more drab. And these rhino, like all the other animals, are in tip-top condition. At least they've woken up from their sleep. They initially went down for a drink at the Scotia Dam, quenched their thirst. So Carol, your rhino they pant, and obviously that's similar to a lot of animals that don't sweat. There's a little bit of sweating that can go on, especially under the legs where they join the body, but mostly it's sort of the heat is expelled through the mouth and the nose. So wallowing does help them in a big way. They also lie in the wind, especially here when it's a nice cool wind, or they will go and find themselves a cool spot in the thickets, find some shade. But I think mud wallowing is the best way. As the calf now lies down, they've relaxed.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So that might be them now for the next few hours. Much like the hippos, they're going to catch the midday snooze now properly. Now that they're cooling off nicely in the mud, we probably won't see too much more than their ears just flicking backwards and forwards. It's kind of similar when you find lions at this time of the day as well. You see a tail flick, or they roll on their back, sometimes flicking their ears as well, with the irritation of flies. It's pretty much all you'll find them doing this time of the day. Yeah, so not too much action, I'm afraid. That'll pretty much be them. But there are some other animals around, so if you bear with me and we just pan across, we'll leave them there. I'm sure they won't go anywhere. We can always go back to them. We just pan across to Scotia Dam. That's where the hippos are, but they're just a little bit down below that little ridge there on the corner, so we can't see them from here. That's the road that heads up towards the main lodge. There. Now we've got, it's like a bachelor herd of Nyala. All good looking males. With the best socks in the business. You can hear a jackal buzzard calling. About 7 of them here. I don't often see so many Nyala bulls together like that. There comes another 2. And that one is just feeding. About the closest to us. Looks like he's just standing and doing some ruminating. Nyala, of course, are one of the best indicators of big predators with their booming bark. Bah! Similar to kudu. When they bark or alarm call, it's always worth a look, because I can't tell you how many times Nyala have led me into lions and leopards. So whenever I hear them, I follow up immediately. Same with kudu. They're the best for me, best indicators. So, and also like kudu, they sort of seem quite slow when they're out in the plains like this. They're not extremely fast on sort of flat ground, but when they're in the thickets, they are extremely agile, and that is their superpower, running through the thickets. So Kimmy, thanks for jumping on board with us, and yes, they do fight. However, Nyala are sort of the gentlemen of the male antelope, because they prefer to settle their differences doing a dance, and I was hoping we'd get to see some of that, but these guys all seem pretty content with each other, and nobody really trying to establish dominance currently. But you see how the wind is just blowing up the top of its mane there. Now that's not him actually raising the hairs, but if he was trying to challenge another male, they raise that hair and they make it all stand up right on the top of their backs, straight up. And then they walk very, very slowly. They pick up the front left and the back right, and they put it down. And they pick up the front right and the back left, and they put it down. And they walk sort of broadside onto each other, and they can carry on sometimes for hours. They can have a very extended sort of display towards each other, and normally the one that walks away is the loser. And more often than not, they settle their differences like this. So it's a real visual display towards the other one, and it seems like also the one that's more patient and draws the dance out longer becomes the winner. But if they are equally patient and both continue on with the display, they can then lock horns, and I've seen Nyala do that many times as well. But more often they settle it very gentlemanlike and without trading blows. So there doesn't seem to be any dispute with them now. I thought that there was two that I thought were having a bit of a starting of the engagement in the dance, but it was very short-lived. just closer to us here. We've got a pair of Egyptian geese going about their business as well. Just feeding there with a little Cape wagtail in the front too. That's pretty much how they feed and what they feed on as well. Really pretty colourful birds, but they do make a racket. There's that call of the Cape wagtail again. They seem to like that grass just next to the road. It's fresh shoots. Now it looks like those nyala have also decided to lie down. Across some more. So dawn, Egyptian geese are pretty much herbivorous. They don't really eat insects, and that is pretty much what they feed on, what they were feeding on there, just the grass. And when you look in their dung, that's all you find. So yes, grass is their major, or a major part of their diet. They don't eat insects. Not that I've seen anyway, and I've never seen any kind of shells or anything in their dung. Nice big group of nyala bulls, as I said, and there's just a couple of blue wildebeest in the background with ostrich as well. Diversity is just fantastic here at Kariega. The rufous-naped lark calling. all pretty calm and to be expected, as I say, at this time of the day. The hotter it gets, the less animals really do. There's one of the day safari vehicles going to come past. There's actually a secretary bird flying around here, but earlier he got blown off with the wind. I was hoping he was going to come and land nearby, but it didn't. That one. There's impala there in the background too. They are quite long-haired, Nyala, the bulls. Must get quite hot in the middle of summer. That's why I think then they prefer to stay in the thickets. And it is very hot. Let's get a bit of shade. Kevin, you're asking if ostriches would probably be second to cheetah in terms of speed. And I would have to say they are one of the faster of the animals. But in my opinion, I think giraffe would be quicker than them. They are very quick. I mean, I've clocked them at about 70 kilometers an hour. And for me, I also think Tsessebe and Hartebeest would be faster than them, getting up to 80 kilometers an hour or thereabouts. So no, I don't and I'm not going on any hard facts. I'm just going on my thoughts and my experience, and it's worth looking at if it's been measured. But I reckon that ostriches will run up to about 70 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more, but Tsessebe hartebeest faster, and giraffe at full tilt, they must be up there as well. So I think that it would be a close bet between Tsessebe hartebeest, giraffe, but ostrich is not far off as well. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying it's correct, but I'm pretty sure I'm not far off. So obviously the fastest animal being the peregrine falcon, and they can go at speeds of over 180 kilometers an hour because they can go at terminal velocity, that is 180 kilometers an hour, but they can still accelerate past that as they go into a dive to chase the quarry. And then in the ocean it would be the bluefin tuna. There has also been a case made for barracuda, but I think bluefin tuna take the fastest, and the sailfish. So between the bluefin tuna and sailfish, but I do believe that bluefin tuna are the fastest. Once again, some of them are debatable, because sailfish, bluefin tuna, barracuda, and then with birds it's outright definitely peregrine falcon, and all the falcons. Yeah, the Lana falcon would also not be far off, but not quite as fast as a peregrine. Righty, so nice little chats, nice little period of time here on the Kariega Game Reserve, and spending some time with what I believe are the animals with the best socks. But I hear that Andrew's also got some animals that have had good socks of their own.
So we've now reached the basin, and we've spotted some zebras out here, and there's a couple of them, 2. And yeah, it just seems that they are just calming down. They are a little bit hot at the moment. And there's no real shade here other than the small shrubs that are around here. So I think for now these zebras are just going to have to brave it. It's quite unusual only to see the 2 zebras. Usually, they aren't found in a much bigger dazzle or a harem. Perhaps there are some more that we're not seeing, but for now it does look like only 2. Some miniature dazzle. Yeah, and Morgan has also noticed it. This one zebra's got really, really white legs. Let me just get my binos out, get a closer look. Yeah, it's crazy. That's actually amazing. I've never seen that before. This is a first for me. Totally white legs. Usually the legs are striped. Maybe when the other one sort of turns, we'll be able to see that one's legs just to show the example. But this one, it's really, really white. Very easy to identify this zebra in the future. So a big part of it's got to do with the genetics of the animal. So I think that's what's happening here. But very unique individual. That's incredible. Never seen that before. Wow. I was actually chatting to Morgan just the other day if he'd ever seen a zebra with spots before, and once in my career I did see that. So sometimes you do get these variations, and this one seems like a sort of a genetical variation with just the white legs.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally. So I'm not sure how much zoomed Morgan is, but if you have a look at the face, you look at those stripes along the face, it is perfect. How they're all sort of almost like a kaleidoscope in a way. And the ears cocked back, obviously picking up sounds from behind. But zebras in particular don't like strong winds, and at the moment there's a wind that is slowly but surely increasing in acceleration, and you find zebras really don't like that. They start to run around and their ears cock back just to avoid the air and the strong winds going in their ear, because ultimately they won't be able to hear properly when there's a strong wind, and if there are predators in the area, they just might not hear those predators because of the wind. And this goes for most of the animals. In windy conditions, you might find that animals might disappear and hide away for that reason. Very interesting. White legs.
Seems like this zebra is it's not fully mature yet, still on the younger side. And often when we look at wildlife, we might think that, you know, later on, especially with zebras, that perhaps, you know, the stripes will form more detail and become more established with time as the animal grows up, but that's actually not the case. From the moment the animal's born, the stripes are exactly the way they are for the rest of the animal's life. Here we go, just grooming that front white leg. Beautiful, isn't it? It's very different. Very, very different. Now if you have a look at that zebra that's now coming in from behind there, you'll notice the legs are beautifully striped in comparison to this one in the front. And she does seem like she could be on the pregnant side. Flicking her tail up and down, having a good time there. Just chasing those parasites off. It's also interesting that for many years these very zebras were called the Burchell zebra for many years, and I haven't got the full story as to why the name was changed, but more recently they've changed it to the plain zebra, and that includes the Latin name as well. It's no longer Equus burchelli but Equus quagga now. But I've been told it's actually quite an interesting story why they've actually changed the name. So definitely worth doing some homework tonight and seeing what the story is there. And then if we're very lucky, you know, more in the northern parts of Amakhala, the Cape Mountain zebras are occurring there. And actually very different to that of the plain zebra. And the first thing you'll notice with the plain zebra is that the stripes, they literally go underneath the belly and they reach, or reticulate rather, underneath the belly, so they connect. Not so much the case with the mountain zebras. They stop halfway down the belly and you have this beautiful white belly, not a striped belly. Morning, Pat. Essentially, yes. I'm not going to make any stories, but yes. So Amakhala is quite a big reserve, but there is a fence that is on the outer perimeter of the reserve, and because of that, each reserve with a fence does essentially have a carrying capacity. And sort of those numbers need to be sort of in balance with one another, and this is where predators are very important for a game reserve, is because they're going to control those number of those herbivores and you maintain that balance. Because if there's too many of the herbivores, then of course there's a knock-on effect. There's too much feeding on the plants, then the plants are too scarce, and then those herbivores, there's no habitat for them, and then the predators suffer as a result. So it's a continuous knock-on effect. And the same goes on the other sort of side of the table. When you have too many predators, then they're going to sort of utilize too much of the herbivores, and then nothing is feeding on the plants, and then the plants start to outgrow and become too thick, and then there's an outbalance. So there's always a knock-on effect. And everything out here that you see, every single aspect of nature needs a bit of control. Okay, there's also some red hartebeest here on the right side. Let's take a look at them there. It's quite a nice big group here. very successful harem, this. A good few youngsters, some calves in there. And there is one blessed buck in this group as well. And just by looking at this harem of red hartebeest, we can already determine a few things. So I can see a cluster of the calves just lying under the bush. I think they're battling a little bit there. But it's always a good indicator of how your predation levels are in an area. So imagine, for example, there's 15 red hartebeest here, and they're adult, and then we see 15 young. That means that there's one young per adult. Then we can automatically presume that the predation levels are too low in an area. And when predation levels are at the right place, you'll find that there might be several adult females, but the amount of calves don't correspond with the amount of adults. And you can easily presume that yes, predation is active in the area. Because nature, usually you find that predators are going for those sick animals and weak animals and young animals, which are much easier targets than that of, healthy individuals. Leith, you have an interesting question there. So endangered plants found in Amakhala. I'm going to have to give that a think. There will be some of the aloes, which will be sort of very seldomly seen, but there is some of them. I can't remember the names of them. And then just thinking of some of the trees, I don't think there are any yellow woods on the game reserve. If yellow wood is out here, then I'm unaware of. That's going to be a very, very seldomly tree to be seen out here, and they are very protected, those yellow woods. Okay, and so Morgan has spotted some water bucks that have just come over the hillside there. We're just going to have a look at them. But yeah, I would say if there are any yellow woods that are growing on the reserve, that would probably be the most seldomly seen one, the rarest tree, because many of them were cut down back in the day because used to make furniture, and it's actually a very good furniture wood. So many of these big yellow woods would have been cut down within this Eastern Cape area to make furniture and so on, and tables and all of that. But because of the tree taking a very long time to grow, those big trees are now gone for a good number of years, and for them to be replaced takes an awful long time. As far as I'm aware, the yellow wood is what they classify a living fossil, because they get over 1,000 years old. So I'll just ask Peter at Uluvane if there are any yellow woods out here. The Outeniqua yellow wood. See, some of those water bucks are now sitting down. They often just sit down in the sun. I've noticed that with waterbuck. They don't mind sort of blaring temperatures. I think for them they'd rather just sit in the open here, avoid danger by going too close to the bushes and thickets and so on, and then also utilize this beautiful grass that is now green in the basin area. And then once in a while, you know, if you have a waterbuck that runs across the road and the wind is blowing towards you, you can really smell them. They don't have the best smell, to be honest with you. And the reason is they do have a lot of oil on their body. You can't really see that oil from here. But if you had to run your hand down their back and look at your hand, there'd be quite a bit of oil on your hands. And it's a good way of being sort of buoyant in water areas, because I have seen that waterbuck enjoy sitting in the water when it's very hot. And then also if they're escaping danger, rather just run into a waterhole or a dam or a lake or a river, swim to the other side and off you go. And for that helps to really help them with the floating, and they can swim quite nicely, just paddle off to the shore without worrying about sinking. And also making them taste very bad. So predators generally, they are not too fond of waterbuck meat. So while you are watching those waterbucks, I'm just scanning here because I can see Dairy Road from where we are here, and right at the base of Dairy Road was where those lions were mating. They probably have moved off from that area. Wow, there are some really nice looking waterbuck bulls in this group. It looks like the majority of them are bulls. And a few females as well. But it's not uncommon to see waterbuck in what they call these bachelor groups, where it's all males. We see that from time to time out here, forming bachelor groups with some of the antelopes, more so with waterbuck. Watusi, it's a good mechanism for survival. So let me put it into a perspective for you. So imagine you are with us now and we are out in the nature, and of course, you know, three of us, yourself, me and Morgan, we're going to be quite vulnerable. And if we know that there are other people or other pockets of people somewhere on top of the ridge, for example, we would more than likely try and make our way towards them so that we can form a safety in numbers. So the antelopes are doing the exact same thing. And I do remember the most antelopes I've ever seen together in one coexisting group was 7 different species of antelope. It was wildebeest, eland, waterbuck, impala, springbuck, and red hartebeest. I think I'm missing one out of that, forming one massive sort of coexisting group. Everybody's got their own specific senses. If your eyesight is not so good, then another species that you're with, they're going to probably have good eyesight, so you can take advantage in that. And the same goes with the rest of the senses. So combining the senses, and then all of you looking out for the same common predators. So of course some antelopes are solitary out in the nature, but that makes them very vulnerable. And that's why you often find with animals that are in these open environments, they generally are quite big herding animals. I've seen a group of eland out here. It must have been about 30 or 40 in one group. But it does change a bit as soon as you go into those thicker environments where the sort of the Albany starts. You find that the size of the groups get a lot smaller because it's simple. There's just not enough space in those thick environments for big herding animals. Whereas these open plains areas, there's plenty of space for big groups. You on the zebras there, Morgan? Alright, let's see what our zebras are up to here. So it seems like it's just the front legs with that one zebra that are not striped. Behind the back legs are striped. Ah, it's a young stallion. This is a great area for zebras because there's a lot of resources here and they can bulk graze as they move through here. And it's just interesting to see how a lot of the antelopes are now showing up in the basin area, opposed to what, a week and a half ago where it was pretty sparse out here. Didn't see too much of these general animals and zebras. And as we speak, the reserve is changing. It's getting greener and greener. And because of that, the animals are going to adopt slightly different movement patterns and rather come into the basin, utilize that, and when it dries up again, they go to just different areas. So it looks like, yeah, definitely it looks like a mare that's on the left side there. And yeah, it's a very, how do I say, it's not a very good way of telling the difference between male and female, but they say when a zebra sort of moves its tail out the way there, there is a sort of a black stripe in the groin area around those private parts. And you find that they say that the mares have got those thinner stripes, whereas the mares have got those thicker stripes, whereas the stallions have got the thinner stripes between the legs. But anyways, while we continue watching, we're going to send you over to Kariega with Ralph, see what he's busy with.
Well, our rhinos, Tembi and her calf, are mobile again. They've had a drink, they've had a wallow. Tembi's just been to the toilet, and now they're on the move. And this is quite classic of the way that white rhino in particular do move. Generally, the baby walks in front of the mother, whereas with black rhino, walking through the thickets, the baby walks behind the mother. So it's just nice to see that playing out as all the books tell us. Can't always see that. When there is some kind of danger or whatever, then mommy goes in front, but generally this is how they move. I think they might think about going and getting somewhere out of the wind, or maybe they need to graze a bit and get some calories in. I'm very interested to see how those little secretary bird chicks are developing there with Andrew on a Makala. But well, this calf of Tembi's is developing nicely. Yeah, it's feeding time. And I tell you what, here in the Eastern Cape, with the rain and the sun that we get, the grass just grows incredibly fast. So in my garden in Port Alfred, we have to cut the lawn pretty much once a week. But if I had a couple of rhino, I think they'd keep the grass pretty short. Not that it would be really safe to have them as pets, but the way that they graze is just like a lawnmower. Their square lip, that entire mouth just grabs up a whole lot of grass, each munch. And if you've ever been near to them, when you hear them feeding, it's something else. It's also like hippos. When I've been camping many times, and then in the middle of the night you hear this, and the hippos feeding next to my tent. They are pretty much like lawnmowers.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
In terms of conflict as well, I've never seen white rhino fighting with black rhino. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but they sort of live in different habitats. The white rhino out on the grassy areas, where the black rhino more in the thickets. But I have seen elephants fighting with both black rhino and white rhino, and that's actually what Okukuyu is very well known for, especially at night, is the interaction between the black rhino, younger bull elephants, and territorial bull black rhino. I've seen some almighty fights, and generally because of the aggressive nature of the black rhino, I've actually seen more of the black rhino chasing the elephants away. But there are times when they take on an older elephant bull, and then it's tickets. Yeah, so if you get to watch that Okukuyu dam cam, especially at night, that is the time when the action occurs between those two, and very well known, well documented, and a lot of people have witnessed that kind of interaction. Apart from the interaction they have between each other, the black rhino, I mean. My record is having seen 18 black rhino at that Okukuyu waterhole at once. So Timothy, no, they're pretty much isolated to grass. They do prefer the couch grass or Cynodon dactylon, which is quite dominant here, but they don't dig or anything like that, and they just graze. The black rhino, they quite particular in their browsing, and they do like particular plants. They like the rus or Circea, I think it's now called, and trifoliate leaved plants. They really like those, and also some of the acacia or Vachilia, as it's now called, all these new names, but not particularly diggers. Elephants can do that. They do sometimes dig up bulbs. Baboons as well, also digging up bulbs. Bush pigs, they'll do that. And you often find with bush pigs, if you find an area that looks like somebody's dug it up with a garden fork, it looks strange, very strange, and that is bush pigs that do that. So if you ever go on safari and you spot a patch of forked ground, you can pretty much bet that there's bush pigs around. There's an ostrich just photobombing in the background. Passing through, walking into the wind. It has sort of swirled around now, it's changed direction. It's coming in from the west. So as we say, the white rhino, they do need to get through a lot of feeding in a day, up to 50 kilograms worth of munching of grass. It's a lot of grass. That's why I say they'd make brilliant lawnmowers, natural. That might make excellent watchdogs as well, if you were able to contain them. I'm obviously speaking hypothetically, but I don't know about people trespassing if you've got white rhino walking around in your garden. They don't have much of a bark though. You hear their little. It's not going to scare anybody in the dark, but when they hear the thud of their feet when they move, that'll get them going. Looks like one of those ostrich is pursuing another one. Maybe why he's walking so quickly. So Julia, yes, we get the Indonesian rhinos. So in Asia you get rhinos apart from Africa. There's the Javan rhino, and also you get in Sumatra, but yeah, Africa obviously the real stronghold of the southern rhino, and there's also the northern white rhino, but very few left. And South Africa, Namibia, probably the two countries with the highest populations. Namibia more so with black rhino, and South Africa white rhino. Prickly pear just poking out in the foreground. Exotic. One of the problem plants that we do have in the Eastern Cape. It's invasive and was farmed, still is in some parts, for the lovely fruits that they produce. And if you drive anywhere here in the Eastern Cape over the particular periods when they fruit, and you see a lot of people next to the road actually selling them. And they've also taken out all the thorns, but I will never trust a prickly pear fruit ever again. I've eaten one and I got thorns in my tongue, so that's me done. They do taste very nice, but just that those fine little thorns that you got to skin them as well. But yeah, it's quite a tricky affair. And yeah, I won't have any more of it. was once I was being naughty with a friend of mine when we were growing up, and we were playing with fireworks in the veld, and we heard somebody shout, and so there was a wall nearby, and I jumped over it, but I climbed on it, and then I turned around and jumped off backwards so I could land on my feet, but I landed with my bum in a prickly pear. And I can tell you, for years I was still trying to get out those little fine hairs, thorns out of my bum, and I never told anyone, because if my mother knew what we were doing, I would have got a hiding. So yeah, so I've had some pretty bad experiences with prickly pears, so I don't like them at all. And the thing is that there's a couple of ways to get rid of them. The one is to cut them down, but then you need to burn them, because otherwise they just regrow. Every piece will grow another plant. So yeah, there's a couple of issues there. Then another one is they drill a hole into the stem and then they inject poison into it. That's another way. And a natural way is, I think also that they've introduced it, because prickly pears come from South America, and there's a little beetle, and it's called the cochineal. When I get to Amakhala, I'm going to actually show you guys that. It's the little larva lives on, and it parasitizes the prickly pear, and it's got like this white silky cocoon that it lives in, and then it feeds on the plant, and it causes like a cancer. It's a very slow process, but eventually the cochineal sort of gets to a point that the entire plant will die. So that's another exotic species that they brought in to control the prickly pear, and it seems to be working, but it does, as I say, it's very time consuming. It takes a long time, and then you need to stop the sort of spread of it, because otherwise it spreads faster than the cochineal can kill it. So Woody, we get blueberries here that grow wild in the Eastern Cape. I really like those. They're very nice. I'm just trying to think. The crowberries, or the rus, well, it's now the Circea. I forget the species, but it's the crowberry, and it grows here a lot as well. Those are small little berries, but they just actually, there's not much flesh to it. You actually just feed on you just get the taste of sweetness. Tiny little berries that we get. And then here we also get the Kai apple, which is a small little yellow fruit, also very nice. I do enjoy, we don't get them here, but the marulas are nice as well, a little bit like apricots. And there's a few. But those blueberries that we get here are just lekker, very nice. There's also some fantastic fungus mushrooms that grow here that I really like. The Tomatomyces, or the Umkawan, that grows out of termite mounds. It tastes like steak. It is phenomenal. But you've also got to pick it very early. After the rains, they come out of the termite mounds, and they get huge, as long as your arm sometimes. But you've got to pick them quickly, because the flies get into them, and then there's maggots that you'll immediately see it. So so you need to pick them and cook them quickly, because I don't know where you don't even see the flies. You just start to see these maggots that come out of them. So you quickly cook it, and if you close your eyes and slice it and give it to somebody, they will tell you it's like fillet steak. It's incredible. They also get them in Namibia, in the region between Okahanya and Usakos. After the rains, there's actually farmers there that have competitions to see who can have pick the biggest mushroom. Yeah, and those are just fantastic. And then we also get turkey tail here, but that's more medicinal. Chicken of the woods, very nice yellow mushroom, and literally tastes like chicken. The lion's mane, it's Hericium erinaceus, and that tastes like crayfish. So there's actually mushrooms that you can replace a lot of foods, and they actually have a better protein than meat. So you can actually sustain yourself pretty much on mushrooms, and you can treat yourself for many illnesses and sicknesses with mushrooms as well. And this part, the Eastern Cape, is one of the best places in South Africa for mushroom foraging. From Bathurst, the little town of Bathurst, just inland from Port Alfred. There's no thirst like Bathurst, where they have the oldest pub in South Africa. That area very good for mushroom foraging, as well as Hogsback, which is also a little bit further inland, closer towards the Drakensberg in the mountains. And everybody in these regions that know anything about mushrooms, they go there after the rains to go and collect. And something else for all the locals here, we always hear on the weather when there's snow in Hogsback, because for South Africans it's quite a novelty to see snow, and so it's about a 4-hour drive. So when we know that there's snow, all the families get their kids in the car quickly and they rush off to Hogsback to go and spend the day in the snow. It's a daily outing. So there's many things about the Eastern Cape that are special for South Africa. Like I say, Bathurst having the oldest licensed pub, which a lot of people come to visit as well. It's a little one-horse town. It's quite similar to in the Kruger area, but completely different landscape. And there's a little town called Gravelot, and it literally has a petrol station, a bottle store, a police station, and a church, and they're all in a line. So yeah, they also produce some of the best boerewors in South Africa, farmer's sausage. And in those areas as well, the Shangaan people are very good at making beer from the marula fruit. But yeah, in this particular area, it's pineapple country and chicory. So we also have the small little town called Alexandria. It's where a lot of pineapple farmers, as well as in Bathurst. It's also there the largest pineapple in the world, man-made structure, but it's like a tower, and you can see it from miles away at the pineapple farm itself. We also have a lot of boat races here at Port Alfred. All the universities come from Johannesburg, Cape Town, everywhere, and once a year they all compete on the Kawi River. So lots to see and do in the wonderful Eastern Cape province. Apart from the Addo Elephant National Park, it's the highest density populations of elephants anywhere, because of the very high carrying capacity that we have here in the Sweetveld. So if you want to be guaranteed to see elephants, you go to the Addo Elephant National Park, which is not far from here, a little bit closer to Port Elizabeth or Gqeberha. Ostrich calling. I hope you were able to hear that. There's an ostrich calling with that typical whoo, 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 and they thicken their neck up. Shame, I would have had to throw the camera around and I would have made you all sick. But anyway, getting back to the question, Anthony, the Sweetveld is this region that we're in here, and it means it's the species that dominate in these particular parts are all highly nutritious and very palatable. So as the name suggests, a lot of sweet grasses in particular. And when we talk of the Sauerveld, that's sort of heading up into the Lowveld, it goes in a band into the Lowveld, the grasslands of the Highveld, and into the northwest as well. All Sauerveld, which is dominated by more unpalatable grasses, not as nutritious. And so you have like turpentine grass and thatching grass, which is they're big grasses, but they don't hold a lot of nutrition and they're not sweet at all. So in those areas the carrying capacities for the wildlife is much less, because if you take the same area, the same amount of space here in the Eastern Cape, in the Sweetveld, it can sustain probably more than double the amount of animals in the same space than it would in the Sauerveld. Obviously each and every space would be different, and it would depend on, you might have a hot spot of palatable grasses in places in the Sauerveld that would have a slightly higher carrying capacity, as you could have in the Sweetveld, where you could have particular areas where there is a little bit more unpalatable grasses, etc., that the carrying capacity would be slightly less. But in general, and over the whole region, the carrying capacity here in the Eastern Cape is huge, and that was one of the reasons why the settlers settled here. Being pastoralists and agriculturalists, they just found that the soil was so fertile that it produced and naturally produced excellent grazing, as well as if they planted anything, it just grew so well. And as well as having a all-year rainfall, they just found that the production here, right across from livestock to anything that they grew, was extremely high. So that's why they settled in these particular parts, with there also being a lot of fresh water around, with so many rivers. I mean, just in this Mhlambi region, or the Sunshine Coast, we've got 10 rivers that go into the ocean. So it's an extremely productive area that obviously humans then saw the potential and settled.
Did Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Picture.
So, and something also very interesting about this part of the country is, and going away from the wildlife. Nance, sorry, there's a comment coming through. You must be one of the only people that have ever gone to the Addo Elephant National Park and not seen an elephant. So very unlucky. And you see, as I've always said, you never say never. When I've told guests you'll never see that, or if you go there you will see that, and then we land up with that. So Nance, I said, if you want to see elephants, go to the Elephant National Park. You went and you didn't see any. Shame. You need to go again. That must have been truly unlucky. But something else very interesting about this region is that we have a super marathon. Well, most people don't even know about it. It's called the Washi. And if you think the Comrades Marathon, which is the oldest ultra marathon in the world, is long, I think that's at 92 kilometers. It depends which way, if they're going up or they're going down. I think it's between 92 and 95 kilometers, something like that. But here we have the Washi, which is 100 miles. And it starts in Port Alfred. They run around the town twice, and then they run to East London. Through all the river valleys, etc. So there's lots of ups and downs, and it makes Polly Shorts, which is famous on the Comrades Marathon, seem like a picnic. And it's all the guys and girls, they're totally nuts. They run through the night, so they start in the afternoon in Port Alfred, and they then run through the night with their head torches, and there's no marshals, so they have to compete with the traffic as well. And then they finish in East London, and it is known around the world for one of the toughest races on the planet. So yeah, the Washi, and it's incredible. So yes, lots of wonderful things to talk about in the Eastern Cape. A couple of years ago there was actually one guy that ran the Washi, got to East London and decided that he wasn't finished yet. He still had energy, and he ran back. And so when he got to Port Alfred, he ran around the town again. So he completed the entire race twice, and he did that for charity. So, but I just think he must be some kind of superhuman, or he's just nuts as well. He's double nuts, because to do it once is crazy, but to do it twice back to back is incredible. 200 miles in about 48 hours. Madness. Yeah. Anyway, what isn't madness is that we are slowly heading towards the end of the show. It's been wonderful escaping to nature with all of you, and it's lovely to end it with our beautiful rhino. Don't forget that after this there'll also be Penguin Beach, I'm sure, weather permitting. I think the weather is decent, so it should go ahead. And then after that we do have the Sunset Safari as well, so stay tuned. We have an action-packed afternoon, thanks to all the directors, the producers, the naturalists, the camera operators, the viewers for jumping on board with us, and of course the wildlife that put on the show for us to sit here and talk about, especially when we have rhino and we have the beautiful places that they stay in. So it's great, and guess what, we get to do it all again tomorrow. That's it from me, folks, for now. I'll catch you later. My name's Ralph Kirsten. Cheers.